meet you. I'm Agnes. Tai turbūt jau galim ir pradėti. O Renatos nematau. Jau įjungta? Oh. Hello. Nice to meet you all here. So, dear Vice Minister, dear Director of Nordic Council of Ministers' Office, the distinguished guests and participants, our colleagues, and these colleagues who are joining us today online. We have more than 130 participants joining us online and about 60 people here. So it's a great pleasure to welcome you to this important event dedicated to one of today's most pressing issue, climate change and cultural heritage. Last year, Lithuania took an important step by carrying out the first climate vulnerability index assessment of the Curonian Spit. And this showed that climate change affects not only heritage sites themselves, but also communities, economies, and cultures connected between them. And building on this experience, we now see the need of strengthened professional skills, improved policy frameworks, and work towards national program for climate change mitigation and adaptation in the heritage sector. And this responds directly to UNESCO's call for action across 4 key areas: assessment, mitigation, adaptation, and capacity building. And before we dive into today's discussion, let's take a moment to connect with each other. And I want to invite you to stand up a little bit and turn to someone nearby you don't know well, introduce yourself briefly, and share one word what came to your mind when you hear the words cultural heritage and climate change. So thank you very much. So we see that a few words, we can already feel the range of thoughts and emotions, what we just feel right now. It's even just impossible to stop you to speak with each other. That's nice. And actually during these 2 days, because we have today very intensive program, and tomorrow we will have practice seminar in Archaeological National Park. And during these 2 days, we will touch main topics: dialogue, connection, and shared learning. So this initiative has been made possible through the support of Nordic Council of Ministers' Office in Lithuania and collaboration Cultural Infrastructure Center Fixus Mobilis, together with partnership of Sapiegas Palace and Archaeological National Park Administration. So thank you very much. And we are very glad to engage partners from the Nordic countries and Scotland, as well as our national heritage institutes. And we are really honored that today we have participants even from Ukraine with us today, and Lithuania stands firmly with Ukraine and fully supports its struggle to defend its freedom and sovereignty. And let's use these 2 days to exchange knowledge, build connections, and imagine a future where our cultural heritage can thrive despite the challenges of climate. So thank you, and let's begin with welcome speeches. So I sincerely thank our partners, and I would like to welcome Mr. Ole Andris Linderman, Director of the Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Lithuania, to share a welcome speech. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this beautiful place. It's the first time I'm here. It's the first time I'm actually anywhere in Lithuania, so I've only arrived, so everything is a first time. And I'm looking forward to today and also to joining you all tomorrow. Thank you, as I said, for inviting me, and let me recognize Vice Minister Ingrida Viljute, and also then Dr. Agne Jasinavičiūtė Trakiminai, the chair of the Lithuanian National Commission for UNESCO, also the Lithuanian National Commission for UNESCO as project initiator, and the Cultural Infrastructure Center and Fixus Mobilis as partners of this important event. Our office, the office of the Nordic Council of Ministers, our role is in connecting Nordic and Lithuanian partners on shared challenges, and I would say shared values, and indeed cultural heritage is a shared value. We are now broadening the cooperation with UNESCO Lithuania and pleased to continue this collaboration in this new field. A special thanks also to Nordic colleagues joining and sharing expertise over these 2 days. I recognize Ms. Helene Simonsson and Ms. Petra Stråkendal, both from the Swedish National Heritage Board, and also Hanna Lønning-Gjerdi from the Directorate for Cultural Heritage Norway. And as I happen to be a Norwegian, I'm maybe extra pleased, may I say that, to see a Norwegian, another Norwegian among us today. And we are here because climate change is already reshaping cultural heritage in Lithuania, but also across the Nordic region and globally. Cultural heritage is not only about protecting the past, it's a living asset that shapes identity and supports adaptation. This seminar brings together local insights and regional experience to support forward-looking action. And indeed, I would say that the Nordic Council of Ministers are forward-looking, in particular in the Vision 2030, that highlights the need for a green, competitive, and socially sustainable Nordic-Baltic region. Cultural heritage contributes to each of these areas. And this event also significantly reflects the political goals and priorities of the Nordic Cooperation Programme for Culture 2025 to 2030 by strengthening the cooperation and greater competence in the cultural heritage sector. And also, it directly corresponds to the highlights of the Nordic Cooperation Programme for the Environment and Climate 2025 to 30, such as the challenges of climate change and loss of biodiversity. So maybe some few words on heritage and resilience. In times of disruption, cultural heritage helps ground communities by reinforcing cohesion, trust, and belonging. It also creates opportunities. Green jobs in conservation and sustainable construction, innovation in materials and preservation methods, revitalization of local economies and regions. In a changing world, heritage becomes a strategic resource. It is not only a record of the past, but a foundation for renewal. And then a couple of practical examples maybe of regional relevance. And then, excuse me for choosing Norway and wood in climate smart construction. Norway can be a best practice example, I think, in restoration and construction. And here I look at my Norwegian colleague. Let me hear you further on this. But in Norway, there has been a long tradition of using timber in heritage and rural buildings. In climate terms, the carbon cost of these buildings has already been paid. The carbon footprint is already there, sometimes through centuries. And that is important to recognize, especially in cases of reuse or restoration. Timber is now central to both conservation and innovation, supported by strong national design and policy leadership. And these are not just inspiring cases, they connect, I think, directly to tomorrow's working groups in Trakai: architecture, archaeology, cultural landscapes, monumental art. So looking ahead, this seminar reflects the commitment to connect partners around shared challenges like climate and heritage. Tomorrow's workshops are not the end, but a starting point for stronger regional engagement, developing practical solutions. Together, we are laying the groundwork for a more resilient, green and socially sustainable region in line with Vision 2030. So, thanks once again to all organizers, speakers, and participants. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Lindemann, for your welcome and insights. And strengthening national capacity and embedding climate action into heritage protection is a long-term process requiring political will and systematic change. So we are pleased to welcome Vice Minister of Culture, Ms. Ingrida Veliūtė, to share her insights in the topic.
Here, and I come actually every 2 days to this palace, and every time I find something new and something interesting. So I would recommend to look around, not only sit here, but also to find out what this palace can show you. Just yesterday, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, delivered her annual State of the European Union address at the European Parliament. Allow me to share a few sentences that resonate strongly with our discussion today. To decide what kind of society and democracy we want to live in. To be open to the world and choose partnership with allies old and new. A European capability developed together, deployed together, and sustained together that can respond in real time. And the last one, Europe will defend every inch of this territory. 24 years ago, the Twin Towers were destroyed in New York City. Today, Europe and the Baltic countries are on the front line, the crossroads of war, of history, and hope. The heritage is not merely a relic of the past, but a vibrant living force in our collective response to our history, language, territory, and climate change. As you know, maybe better than I know, on the 47th session of the UNESCO World Heritage, Director General Audrey Azoulay warned that unchecked tourism and climate change are accelerating the deterioration of World Heritage sites worldwide. She reminded us that climate change already threatens 1/3 of natural cities and 1/5 of culture cities. It is a sobering reality, and it is exactly why we are here together and searching for solutions. Let me share very short points. Our culture and natural heritage, ancient monuments, sacred landscapes, living traditions stand as both a witness to climate change and a frontline victim of its impacts. From the bleaching of coral reefs to disappearing glaciers and eroding rock art, heritage testifies to the scale of the crisis. But heritage is not passive. It is a powerful ally. Forested heritage areas absorb more than 190 million tons of CO2 each year, while marine World Heritage Sites hold 15% of the world's blue carbon reserves. And we have the very hopeful, not only Neringa, but also very hopeful Sengirė project in Lithuania. It is dedicated to preserving and restoring ancient forests, protecting their rich biodiversity and cultural value for future generations. And I hope that one day it will become a part of UNESCO family. The climate policy, the UNESCO updated policy document on climate action for World Heritage marked an important shift, moving from simply documenting threats to actively embedding heritage into climate policy and governments. It is important, and heritage is becoming not just something to protect, but something that actively protects us. Technologies. It is very important to invite technologies, to take technologies to our lives. And actually, I read every week a summary of Gediminas Mount monitoring, and it is also very important. We can understand what is going on around. And what we need and what we must do, it is protect every inch of our countries. And heritage in adaptation and risk management strategies. Amplify traditional knowledge and community-led practices. Invest in technologies and nature-based solutions that safeguard both ecosystems and heritage sites. So, heritage shows us pathways rooted in tradition, in nature, in innovation, towards resilience, adaptation, and climate justice. I wish you successful meetings and powerful conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So much challenges we need to focus on today, but I think that during these 2 days we will find a lot of solutions here. So let's move for the first session, contribution to climate adaptation and global experience. The first session focuses on global experiences in addressing climate-related risks to cultural heritage, starting with UNESCO policies and examples from the Nordic countries and Scotland. Experts from the Norwegian Directorate for Cultural Heritage and Swedish National Heritage Board will share tools, strategies, and capacity-building approaches developed through the national policies. Drawing on insights from UNESCO heritage authorities and site managers, we will explore the growing risks to World Heritage sites, as well as the opportunities offered by traditional knowledge and sustainable practices. So, Vice Minister was talking about technology, so we use a lot of technologies in the seminar as well. So you can see a QR code here, and during all the presentations you could already scan it now, and you will go to the Slido where you could ask some questions for presenters, and we will ask after their presentations. And participants who are sitting here live, you will have opportunity to ask questions in face as well. And let me welcome on stage Sigita Bugeniene, and Sigita is a focal point for World Cultural Heritage and serves as Chief Advisor of the Ministry of Culture, and her recent initiative, dedication and efforts were decisive in preparing the draft of a law of the protection of immovable cultural heritage, which incorporates the provision of the World Heritage Convention. And she is also the co-author of the Modernist Kaunas nomination, which is ultimately led to its successful inscription on the UNESCO World Heritage List in 2023. So, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, good day, everyone. I'm very honored to be here and to maybe be the first presenter of this seminar. I'm sorry, I'm very nervous, and actually before, now I represent the Ministry of Culture of Lithuania, but before for 2 decades I've been working as an architect and urbanist in cultural heritage sites and properties, and so this theme is really very important what was already told many times before today, and I think that's why we are all here. So let's start today. My mission is to just to present, to remind the UNESCO policies in this field, and yes, so maybe it is interesting. It would be interesting to mention for those who maybe don't follow a lot information that already since 1979 it was monitored that up to 2023 that from all the state of conservation reports of that number, the general number is 4,308, 353 reported at least one of the following climate change impacts that were stated as change in temperatures, change in ocean waters, droughts, storms, desertification, flooding, and other climate change impacts. So in 2008, the list of threats affecting the OUV, we all know it's 14 of them, have been updated by adding climate change to the primary factors. That also shows that it already was evident that the action was needed. Reports relating to climate change impacts concerned 89 World Heritage properties across 62 state parties. And almost 1/3 of all reports reporting climate change threats were submitted in the last 5 years. So these facts really show the evidence that it is more, this theme is more and more important, and climate change more often affects our properties, and the action is needed. Here you see some other statistics about how much it is expected that it will have a risk, will pose risk for, especially for areas that are coastal areas, and they will be affected due to sea level rise. We have Curonian spit in Lithuania that really can face this problem, and already some signs are there. Also, urban areas, they are very important, and it's not only climate change, but also urbanization that is changing, and also doubling the impact of climate change on the areas and on the properties there. And as it already was mentioned, our natural heritage and marine sites. So, as already mentioned, that UNESCO is paying special attention to this issue, providing climate adaptation strategies and solutions, mechanism, raising awareness, and also there were quite a few programs. One was the World Heritage City Lab program that I attended, so it was really valuable experience, and countries sharing the experience, like their traditional knowledge and traditional and cultural heritage properties help to mitigate the pressure from the climate change. And there it was in the field of water management that we have wonderful water management, historical water management systems that we don't use now, and the contemporary technology can help, but not present a final solution. And sometimes we have to look back to go forward. So here I want to share the theme made by UNESCO. It's the way to the policy document on climate action for World Heritage adopted in 2023. My mission is to present this document in short, just because later there will be national practices of the countries, and in the afternoon I saw that most of my colleagues will present practical cases, policy, and concerning Lithuanian practice and policy. So it's just, you can see that the start was as early as 2005. In 2007, there was adopted the previous policy document on impacts of climate change, but seeing the events taking more extreme, at more extreme level, this document was reshaped and adopted a new version in 2023. What is the purpose and the scope of the policy document on climate action for World Heritage? So its purpose is to provide high-level guidance on protection and conservation of World Heritage through comprehensive adaptation of climate action measures, and to create synergies between the Convention and other multilateral agreements, frameworks, processes, and instruments, especially those of the United Nations. Also to provide a policy framework for development of national goals and targets, also for heritage sites on the property level, and support transformative change by state parties to the Convention on their national policies. This document is relevant to all stakeholders, also local communities, civil society, private sector. It is also relevant to cultural and natural heritage in general, not only to World Heritage. And it is embedded in the existing processes of a convention and does not impose any new legal obligations. That is also, I think, it's quite important. Policy document on climate action for World Heritage guiding principles. It's, the first is just to consider adopting a precautionary approach aimed at minimizing the risks and that are associated with climate change and contributing to protect the World Heritage properties from these risks. Anticipate, avoid, and minimize harm to protect, that like to act in advance. Use best available knowledge, also traditional knowledge. That is a very important thing, and it is stressed all over the document that that innovations should go along with traditional knowledge, not just on their own, but they have to refer to traditional knowledge. That's a very important thing, I think, in this document, and also traditional practice. Integrate a sustainable development perspective. I think today it was already mentioned and promote global partnership, inclusion, and solidarity, and also it should go in line with Paris Agreement. This policy document presents 4 goals. Climate risk assessment, climate adaptation, climate mitigation, knowledge sharing, capacity building, and awareness. And what I tried to do, I tried to break them in bullet points just because it's a long text. I recommend reading it yourself, who hasn't yet. But just to present briefly for each goal what stands for. So it's goal 1, it's the climate risk assessment. The objective of this goal is improve capacity to assess climate change risks by 2030 and to develop tools to identify potential loss, reversible and irreversible, of OUV. Why it matters? Climate risk assessments help anticipate impacts, guide responses, and protect heritage values. It also shows very much of the recent also practice in UNESCO. As far as I had the ability to participate and feel that more and more is being stressed that you have to work in advance, you have to do assessment in advance, you have to not to wait till the problem is already there, but it's much more easier to mitigate when it's still not that much of the problem, but just when you can predict and act accordingly, that the consequences would be of a lesser level. So what's needed? It's context-specific measurable assessment tools, because each property type, they require different maybe assessments and measures. Integration into national climate strategies and World Heritage processes. Attention to vulnerable groups. It's also very important because usually it really very much affects local people living there, and usually, especially if it's cultural landscapes, local communities, local people, they are those who keep them alive. So it's so important. I think that's quite a stress in all the document. And collaboration, it's also important, sharing methods, data, experience, and also for transboundary properties, but also the way we are maybe doing today. UNESCO role is embed climate risk in nominations, monitoring and management plans, update related policies. So it's this. So action goal 2, climate adaptation. It's the main objective, support adaptation actions to protect outstanding universal value from climate impacts. Adaptation scope, it's to address all climate-related hazards, exposures, and vulnerabilities, but to avoid maladaptation when it is the approaches are chosen not correct, for example, and recognize both risks and potential benefits of climate change. That is, that climate change sometimes can be beneficial, and it's also don't have to be overviewed. A resilience building, strengthen adaptive capacity by reducing non-climate pressures, use heritage to support social resilience, identity, and education. And for sure, community impacts. That's also appears in goal 1, but also, as I told that, it goes through all the document, quite a big stress for community, and that climate can drive migration displacement, especially where outstanding universal value is linked to cultural continuity. So we can see this very well in warm climates where desertification takes place and there's no water anymore and people have to go away from their living environment. And also it can be maybe important for the north where there's no more ice anymore where it had been. Support needed for affected communities and risk assessment methodologies. So, yeah. And the approach should be inclusive. So it should follow Paris Agreement principles, because as I already mentioned, it's another document, important document. And also that empower the local community should be empowered by training and integration of traditional practices. Action goal number 3, it's climate mitigation. The main objective of this goal could be align World Heritage Site management with climate mitigation frameworks, implement national mitigation strategies, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions linked to heritage properties. Mitigation actions are proposed, like cut emissions rapidly, support carbon sinks. Carbon sinks usually are seen like forests, protected marine areas, and explore low-emission alternatives. Also follow Paris Agreement targets. Also, it is recommended to use heritage as a global example to showcase the win-win solutions with right mitigation measures that protect OUV and also can inspire global action through this kind of activities. It also pays attention to the role of natural sites as natural ecosystems that are protected. They're protected as World Heritage sites or sites on national level, but they really store large amounts of carbon and also plays very well in general environmental and social safeguard measures. While cultural and mixed sites strategies, mitigation action should be based on enhanced land use management, respect heritage values, indigenous land use, and customary land management practice that usually was formed through ages and really is favorable for the environment. And best practice include, this section I like a lot because of my experience as an architect. And I think it is really important, like it's the use of traditional passive measures in historic buildings as strategies to reduce energy consumption. Because for ages and ages, people found solutions how to reduce heat, how to prevent moisture, how to just have comfortable living environments, and the weather was not perfect always, like it was, there were extreme weather conditions in the past as well, but those passive measures like attic ventilation, like porches, like eaves, and so many others that are forgotten now in our maybe contemporary architecture, they all played some really important role in the whole building, making the living environment nice for people there. Also, use of life cycle assessment methodology for the selection of replacement materials requiring less energy to produce and thus emitting less greenhouse gas, and promoting the critical role of routine maintenance and good conservation in reducing operational greenhouse gas. I think we will have quite a very interesting presentation in the afternoon by my colleague about the maintenance and importance of maintenance and the factors of climate change for our traditional and heritage in general. The action goal 4, it's knowledge sharing, capacity building, and awareness. The main objective to build knowledge and skills to support climate action and safeguard world heritage, especially in vulnerable regions. Capacity building priorities. So it is all about training managers, communities, promote the understanding of the climate-nature heritage link. That's important. Support access to technical and financial resources. Knowledge creation. Once again, encourage collaboration across disciplines, but as you see, also including indigenous local knowledge, promote intergenerational learning and national educational strategies linking heritage and climate. Awareness and communication, there's also a lot of stress on that it's really important, and living laboratories, that also goes in, refers to the climate action actions before, that the sites, the cultural heritage sites, the World Heritage sites can be used as platforms for research, monitoring, and policy dialogue, also for scientific, historical, and traditional knowledge to track changes and guiding actions. So they should be, they could be used for that. Implementation of the policy, it's referred to the integrating measures to identify and manage climate-related risks to OUV at the property level and the processes of the committees. So at the property level, usually it is referred to the management plans. Here I am very glad to mention that we already have 2 management plans approved in recent years. It's Kernavė Archaeological Site and Vilnius Historic Center that have already climate change and climate risk and mitigation measures in them. So it's really nice. And also it is important integrating World Heritage in climate action design planning in the implementation at the international, national, and local levels as appropriate. So it's special attention should be paid for World Heritage in our agendas and policies. Also developing and sharing tools and methodologies to assess and manage the current and future impact of climate change with and among parties and various stakeholders and right holders at the property, national and international levels. So also it is promoting collaboration at all levels, and also it is really important to involve stakeholders and local communities. Also enabling World Heritage properties to contribute to the transformative change that is necessary for low carbon and climate resilient development, and utilizing a place-based approach to contextualize climate action responses, integrating nature and culture in the management of all properties in response to climate change, while respecting the local communities and people. Enabling conditions, it's governance, finance for sure, and technological innovation. Also, what I would like to stress that it is very important that even governance and technological innovation, those segments, they also have in them a lot of stress of traditional knowledge, of heritage practice, and of local practice to take into account, even if you are trying to work on some innovations. It has to be based. So it's also, heritage has to be protected from climate change, but it also offer solutions to mitigate climate change and to mitigate emissions that force this change. And thank you.
Thank you, Sigita, so much. Very useful information. Do we have one question from the audience? So I think that we will have a question and answer session, so please stay with us, Sigita. But we have one question in Slido, that's nice. And it's not, well, it's not very deep question, but still it's very common with our topic about climate change. Why all these badges are plastic? So these badges are used already for 5 times, I think. And after the seminar of today, please leave these badges on the tables and we will reuse it in the next seminars. So it's quite a good decision to use things a few times and not just to litter them. So let's jump to another presentation, and we have Hanna Loning Gjerde, sorry for pronouncing surname, but Gjerde is a senior advisor at the Norwegian Directorate for Cultural Heritage, and Hanna led the work on Norway's climate strategy and now heads the Directorate climate team. And before that, she worked on climate projects with United Nations Environment, UNESCO, and the Arctic Council and the other international organizations. So please, Hanna, give us your presentation.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I've been asked to share some perspectives, lessons, experiences on how we developed our climate strategy. I'm also going to talk a bit about how we've been following it up. There we are. So back in 2019, the Directorate was sort of at a crossroad. We knew we were working with climate change, but we didn't really know exactly who was doing what, how we met this challenge in our day-to-day work. So we did a mapping exercise. And it uncovered that most of our professionals, in one way or another, worked with climate change, but we had no coordinated management practice. There was also a lack of clear guidelines or a strategic direction to take us forward. And we also had a limited overview of how our sites, our monuments, our buildings was affected by climate change. So as a solution, we decided to make a strategy. And this strategy is meant to strengthen and coordinate management efforts across different management levels and disciplines. Some of you might see that it states cultural environment management. And just to clarify, in Norway we have an umbrella term. So within anything underneath this umbrella term is what we call cultural heritage. So for the purpose of the rest of the presentation, I might use both of these ways of talking about it. Our strategy is developed in close consultation with regional and local management authorities. And this was very important for us because they are the ones that are hands-on, who manages our heritage. They also had a lot of valuable insights into what needed to be done and what was lacking. We wanted our strategy to identify gaps, but also opportunities. What knowledge do we need to move forward? What issues are people facing in their everyday work? We've also written the strategy in a way that it provides recommendations for different management levels. We wanted it to be a tool for anyone who works with heritage. So if you're an owner, if you work on the municipal level, or as a county authority. This is available for you online in English, so you're free to download it and have a look. So our strategy, it acknowledges that our cultural heritage can guide us in planning for the future. facilitate sustainable development, and that the heritage sector can play a part in the green transition. At the same time, we know that climate change is increasing the impact on our heritage, and that we need to understand the mechanisms that lead to vulnerabilities, the possible consequences of climate change, and which measures we can implement to reduce loss and damage. And in order to meet these challenges, we also, and this was said by anyone involved, we need to strengthen the coordinate management practice across the levels and between the actors. We need to cooperate better. Let's see. So our strategy is divided into two parts. The first one is concentrated on climate change mitigation. We have 3 goals here: improved energy performance in existing buildings, reuse and preservation of buildings, and also climate-friendly land use and spatial planning for cultural environments. The other part focuses on climate change adaptation, so to strengthen the expertise to safeguard cultural heritage and to prevent and reduce loss of and damage to cultural heritage. So just to give you I'm not sure how familiar you are with the Norwegian context, but we have a lot of mountains and we have a lot of valleys. Here you can see some of the consequences that we face. So this is one of our lovely churches, wooden buildings. This is from a flood in 2013 that actually really damaged the interior of the church and also the surrounding churchyard. There have been a lot of work after the flood, and we've gained a lot of expertise and experience with that. This is another example. This is from a churchyard, medieval churchyard, where we had a huge landslide, and as you can see, it exposed a lot of the material that was underneath. And one of my colleagues was there, and she told me that they actually had to go out in the road and pick up the skulls. They had just completely washed out. For our buildings, we know rot, pests, insects, it's a huge challenge. Also, biological growth on surfaces. This is one of our beautiful landscapes, but we are faced with regrowth. So this is taken, the picture is taken in the exact same spot, and yeah, you can see it's definitely changing. We have a huge coastline. Storms. This building used to be on the other side, as you can see. A wonderful thing, they actually managed to take it down and build it up on the exact same spot after the storm. This is in Svalbard, our northernmost island, where coastal erosion is a very huge issue. Some buildings, they have moved other places, but this is simply too big to be moved, so they've done some measures in the front here. Okay. So part 2 of our climate strategy, it focuses on adaptation. And we have 2 goals: to strengthen the expertise to safeguard cultural environments in a changing climate, and to prevent and reduce climate-related loss of and damage to cultural environments. Within our goals, we identified different strategic initiatives. So how can we help, how can we achieve our goals, basically? We know that the knowledge of climate-related risks and vulnerabilities for heritage sites often were limited or lacking, and still is. We also know that our heritage needs to be better integrated into climate change adaptation and preparedness on a national, regional, and local level. It was therefore very natural for us when we started to follow up on our strategy to concentrate on strategic initiative 4.2 and 5.5 as a directorate. But how do we do this? Our directorate each year has an action plan on how we're following up on our strategy. So we revise it every year. I lead the work, but I have a lot of colleagues that contribute to fulfilling this action plan. We were quite fortunate when the strategy was launched that our ministry, which is the Ministry of Climate and Environment, was making their climate adaptation policy document. So one of the first things that we did, together with our ministry, was to make sure that What we have identified in our strategy was mirrored in this overall national document. And as you can see, they do have a strategic initiative on the prevention of loss and damage to cultural environments or cultural heritage. We also wanted to really focus on how we can address these knowledge gaps and to go into understanding how risk and vulnerability assessments might be integrated on the municipal level. So in Norway, the municipalities have a lot of responsibility for our cultural heritage. This is a very good tool that was developed together with Sweden and Scotland and other countries under a project called Adapt Northern Heritage. This is also available online and you can download it. One of our first actions was actually to make use of this tool together with one of our on the south coast of Norway. We did 3 analyses, one for this is I'm not sure how to translate it, it's sort of a summer farm area. The other is a huge cultural environment that stretches along a coastline, and then it was for wooden buildings, like a protected area. One of the lessons that we took away from this work was that the tool itself is very comprehensive and it's very thorough, but it was very difficult for our municipalities to actually make use of it and understand the methodology. They were very much dependent on us to lead them in the work. And what we realized, and together with the counties, they said, well, we can't simply ask our municipalities to do these assessments alone. It's not sustainable in the long run. Another thing that has been mentioned is the Climate Vulnerability Index that's made for cultural heritage sites, for World Heritage sites. This has also been undertaken in 3 World Heritage sites in Norway. Again, a very comprehensive and thorough assessment. And I'm very interested to hear, I was fortunate to be here last year and take part in the assessment for the Coronian Spit. And I'm very interested to see how you've implemented the findings from this analysis. We don't have much I can't really tell you how the different municipalities have made use of these assessments because they're quite new. But what we know is that talking to the municipalities, it was difficult for them to sort of translate the findings into the policies and into the practice that the municipality was already doing. We know that one of our main challenges is to integrate cultural heritage management into preparedness efforts on the municipal or county level. In Norway, the responsibility for cultural heritage lies under the Ministry of for the Ministry of Climate and Environment, with our directorate as the advisory board. But counties and municipalities, several museums, they have responsibility for heritage management. However, the responsibility for emergency preparedness lies under the Ministry of Justice and Public Security, with the Directorate for Civil Protection as their directorate. So how do we merge these 2 worlds? How do we integrate heritage management into preparedness? According to the law, the municipalities and county governors are supposed to take heritage values into their assessments, so the overarching assessments. But we see that it's often very difficult for them to understand how to deal with cultural heritage values, and they are often lacking from these overall analysis. Based on the work that we did through the Adapt Northern Heritage analysis and also the CVI, we understood that we needed to create a tool that specifically analyzes negative consequences for cultural heritage values, for sites and landscapes that are understandable for the municipalities and also in line with the other risk and vulnerability work that they do. So for the past 2 years, one of our main tasks has been to develop this risk and vulnerability assessment tool for cultural heritage. This is a methodology that includes both natural hazards and climate change and human-induced threats to fully capture the risk and vulnerabilities facing heritage sites. Climate change is one of a wide range of many pressures that we know face cultural heritage, along with increased tourism, vandalism, other political priorities, and different mechanisms that might negatively impact heritage sites. Our aim has been to create a common practice for risk and vulnerability assessments for heritage that is easily integrated into municipal and regional preparedness. We have piloted this in several sites. So we've done it with archaeological sites, we've done it for churches, we've done it for large landscapes. We even did it for His Majesty's King's Guards base, which is an active military compound that also has buildings that are valuable for heritage sites. So we feel like this has been thoroughly tested. I've translated some of the tables that you fill out in the heritage sites, and together with our EEA group as the director, we hope to translate the whole assessment guideline so it's available also in English. But to work systematically with preparedness and risk management, we need a comprehensive knowledge of possible hazards and threats. And this is why risk and vulnerabilities assessments are so vital. This guide includes a basic list of hazards and threats. So when you have your site, you sort of go through them and see what might be relevant for this site, what climate change hazards, what other threats. Once you've done that, for each of these hazards and threats, you then translate them into scenarios. What might happen to our site? We then analyze this, which negative consequences they might have, how vulnerable the heritage site is to the certain threat, and how likely it is that it will occur with the negative effects. Based on this, we can identify risk-reducing measures, and make informed management plans. You also get this risk matrix, so each of these scenarios will somehow end up in this matrix, which will also give you an overview of what is most prevalent. And I'm looking at you in here because he was part of the Adapt Northern Heritage, and some of these are actually based on the methodology that was in the Northern Heritage, but it is set into the Norwegian standard for risk assessments, which is the one that our municipalities and counties use. So it's very easily integrated into that effort. Once you've done your analysis, you will have a very good overview of how your site might be threatened. And the next step is then to make management plans. You might need to even make emergency planning. So some of the lessons learned from our work. When we tested the guideline, the municipality said, it's so good to see that it is in line with the other preparedness work that we do. This makes it so much easier for us to integrate it. This has sort of been one of our key goals, because we know that if you make vulnerability and risk analysis for a heritage site that is not integrated in the municipal system, you are very much dependent on that person being in charge of the risk management to actually take it into action. But if we make sure that it is integrated into the other management practices, we have a much more likeliness that it will actually lead to action on the other side of the analysis. We also found that the participants really liked that they could consider climate change impacts and other adverse events together. we often make separate assessments. We do one for climate vulnerability and then we do one for other events. But when we integrate them, you also see how climate change vulnerability interact with other vulnerabilities, other hazards, other threats. This is also very much in line with how you do these other assessments on the municipal level. It is to be said that it is quite challenging. So especially for threats, we know that people find it very, very difficult to see, how might someone negatively impact? Is vandalism an issue, or how do we actually quantify it, and how do we describe it, an event that hasn't really happened, and we don't really have a flood map, because then it's much more easy for the natural hazards to look at the projections, to look at the maps. But I think it also is a mindset to sort of get you into that more of a holistic way to look at your heritage sites and to see, well, what happens when we consider all of these together? The analysis gave a comprehensive overview on risk and vulnerabilities. It also gives you a way to prioritize efforts. So I go back here. Sort of if flood ends up as a very high consequence and very high probability, you know that this is something I truly need to prioritize. Other issues that are more on the low risk, you can maybe start dealing with later. This year, about 15 municipalities has received funding from us to undertake this analysis. And my hope is that they manage to do it on their own, that we've made a guideline that is so self-explanatory that they're able to go through the steps all on their own. We also are going to give our counties a course in how to do this analysis and also make them understand how heritage is placed within the larger framework of preparedness in Norway. Because we know that for heritage professionals, entering sort of the world of risk analysis and preparedness can be very daunting, or it's a whole other field of expertise that is unknown to them. But yeah, this was launched this year. The experience I talked about was all from last year. And we are getting a lot of feedback already from our municipalities. And I think there is a shift, both in Norway and also in Europe, to think more about preparedness, not just in terms of climate change, but also to threats that are very much prevalent. Also, we see with Ukraine, we see with other places in the world that our heritage is under threat. And for us to make these analyses that sort of combine both the climate change threats and other threats are therefore very welcomed from our municipalities and counties. I finally also wanted to talk to you about a quite big initiative that is going on in Norway at the moment. So some countries, I think, already have a national vulnerability analysis. I know there is one for the EU, also for the UK, but this is the first one in Norway. And we are very pleased that within the 4 thematic work packages, cultural heritage is very much up there. So together with our National Environment Agency, we are leading this working group on cultural heritage and landscapes. It will be done in 2026, and it will be an important part in following up on our climate strategy. But again, this is challenging work. It is a huge undertaking, and we are very excited to see how we move through the end of 2024 and 2025. Yeah, that's all from me.
Thank you, Hannah, for presentation. I think that we will leave questions for our
of course.
event evening. And here you could still find a Slido QR code, and we have few questions, and thanks for Sigita this time, but please ask questions here in Slido, and then in the end of the event we could ask questions for all experts which give us presentations. And I would like to invite Professor Ivan Hislop, and he's from Scotland, honorary professor in natural sciences in the University of Stirling, and until 2024 led research on climate change at the Historic Environmental Scotland. And he also founded the Climate Heritage Network, chaired Scotland's Historic Environmental Climate Change Working Group, and contributed to the Scottish National Climate Change Adaptation Plan. So please join our meeting and your presentation.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. It's wonderful to be here. My name is Ewan Hislop. Until 2024, I was head of research and climate change at Historic Environment Scotland. And it's wonderful to be invited to take part in this event. What I want to do in this presentation is to take you through our approach to addressing climate impacts on Scotland's cultural heritage. There's obviously very different approaches in different countries, and there's good reasons for that as well. But nevertheless, I hope our story from Scotland will be of interest and will be helpful. First of all, quickly, who we are. So Historic Environment Scotland are a government heritage agency, like many others in other countries. In Scotland, we have quite a large responsibility. We manage about 350 properties directly on behalf of government. We're the largest operator of tourist facilities in Scotland. We have a large number of collections, objects, and museums. We have a regulatory role in the planning process. We are a giver of grants and investments on behalf of government. And we have a large role in terms of undertaking research and advice and guidance and maintaining technical standards, traditional skills and materials, etc. Our historic environment is much larger than the sites directly managed by the government agency, of course. And it's worth noting, I think, that over 90% of Scotland's historic environment is undesignated, is effectively unprotected by heritage legislation. And we like to constantly say and remind ourselves that it's part of our everyday lives and our communities. And I think that's a really important point when we're trying to translate some of these policies into wider practice. Well, our climate is changing like many other places around the world. We're strongly feeling the effects of climate change. Since the 1960s, we've seen significant changes in many aspects of our weather and climate. And they're having a direct impact on our cultural heritage. A key aspect for me in dealing with climate change aspects is that this needs to be part of a wider strategic approach in dealing with climate change. So climate impacts and adaptation forms one of 7 themes in our climate action plan. And it's really important, I think, to note that there are strong connections between these different themes, and a holistic viewpoint is necessary. And we've heard that in an earlier presentation, the connection between mitigation and adaptation, traditional skills, traditional materials, etc. So I think we can't take adaptation and impacts in isolation. We have to look at the broader picture. And our approach has very much been to develop a series of strategies and plans across our organisation and other heritage organisations in Scotland to increasingly influence and change the way we do things and to mainstream all aspects of climate change across all of our activities. But our work on climate impacts and cultural heritage really starts at a higher level in government as part of the Scottish National Adaptation Plan. And culture and the historic environment forms one of 23 national objectives which span all aspects of society. So culture and heritage sits alongside transport, health, agriculture, water supply, etc. And that's really important for us because it gets cultural heritage up there with everything else and is kind of locked into the national view of climate change and part of the societal change that's required. So for me, this visibility is really important. And in the coloured table there, you can see that culture and historic environment sits within the communities theme. So that's really important. And at the bottom there, the direct objective on cultural and historic environment is really composed of two aspects. So Scotland's historic environment is preparing for a future climate. So that's the assessment of risk, impacts, adaptation, etc., our response to climate change. But the second part acknowledges the transformational power that culture and heritage has in supporting a wider societal adaptation journey. And I think that's really important as well, not to perceive heritage as just being a victim of climate change. It's very easy to do that, but actually we have a lot more to offer in terms of supporting wider change. And it's nice that both the previous presentations have acknowledged that as well, so that's good to see. This national remit from government helps to give us in Historic Environment Scotland the role to carry out research, to provide guidance on different aspects of climate change. And I've just illustrated some of the advice and guidance work that we've been doing recently. So technical advice in terms of traditional materials and skills and techniques. And along the bottom, some of the guidance on different aspects of climate change, so energy retrofit, climate change adaptation in traditional buildings, flood damage, and maintenance of buildings in a changing climate. All of our publications are free to download as PDFs. I've actually put hyperlinks in my presentation. I don't know if you'll be getting a copy of the presentation, but in blue, everything I'm presenting is hyperlinked, so you can download all of these. I've also brought a number of publications with me, which is a pile under my chair, which I'm going to hand to Renata at the end. I don't want to take them home, so please have them. So what I'm really going to concentrate on in this presentation is related to climate impacts and the different research approaches that we've been taking in the last few years. I'm going to take you through these three approaches one by one. On the left, we've got the climate vulnerability assessment, the CVI that Hannah's already mentioned. In the center is a quantitative approach, a climate change risk assessment of the properties in the care of Historic Environment Scotland. I'm going to dive a bit deeper into that one. And then on the right-hand side is the Guide to Climate Impacts Toolkit, which we're going to be hearing about later on today and tomorrow. Again, hyperlinks there. Whoops. Good. Okay, so very briefly on the CVI, the Climate Vulnerability Index has been developed as an international system, a standard for cultural and natural UNESCO World Heritage Properties. It's been mentioned, you'll have heard of it probably as well. Interesting, good to hear it's been applied in Lithuania already, and it's been more widely applied internationally. In Scotland, we've applied it to 4 of our 6 World Heritage Properties. These reports are available online. I have some of these reports with me as well, which you're welcome to take. In general terms, the CVI assesses the vulnerability of a World Heritage site of 2 aspects. Seen in red here, the 2 outcomes really, an OUV vulnerability based on the outstanding universal value of a UNESCO site, and the community vulnerability, which is calculated using economic, social, and cultural values. Both of these are estimated by identifying the principal climate change impacts on a site and assessing these against adaptive capacity. The system is very much designed for World Heritage properties, so I'm not going to focus on it in detail today, but it's interesting, it's worth noting it could be adapted for other sites as well, bearing in mind the values issue, which is critical. It's definitely worth a look, and there's a link to the CVI website down there, which is worth a visit. Within Historic Environment Scotland, we undertook a project to quantify risk for the 350 sites in our care. We used available data sets of existing natural hazards available from our national agencies, so the Scottish Environmental Protection Agency, the British Geological Survey, and we calculated risk using 6 natural hazard data sets: coastal erosion, ground instability, and pluvial, fluvial, coastal and groundwater flooding. This was a GIS-based approach, and the objective was to allow us to prioritize action at our sites, to develop priority sites for action. The work didn't directly include climate change projections, but it does assume that climate change will increase these existing hazards. Well, the aim was very much to take a classic mainstream risk assessment approach, and very close to what Hannah's already shown us, and with the same intention. So on the right-hand side here is an extract from the Corporate Risk Register of Historic Environment Scotland. So this is very much a tool that government will use in terms of these 4 definitions of risk descriptors. So low being an acceptable level, very high being an unacceptable list. So it was really important that what we did fitted directly into this, so that climate risk and environmental risk sat alongside all the other risks that are being considered. And on the left-hand side is the risk assessment table. So a classic risk assessment table, universally used very, very widely. And the critical thing here is risk equals, in this case, impact versus likelihood. You can have different terminologies here, but we used impact versus likelihood. And the critical issue for us was to calculate a risk score for the hazard. We had to develop a method so that we could score both impact and likelihood in a simple 1 to 5 numerical scale. And that sounds easy, but that was actually really challenging. So how do you quantify impact on 350 very different heritage sites? That was our first challenge. We categorized our sites, first of all, into different types of monuments, inevitably taking a simplification approach. So our categories were A to F, depending on the type of monuments, so roofed buildings, unroofed monuments, standing archaeology, field monuments, buried archaeology, etc. And then we assessed the impact on these of each hazard type. So, for example, all types, in the table here, all types were highly impacted by landslide and coastal erosion, which is catastrophic, so a score of 5. But with flooding, some types were more or less impacted. So this is quite a subjective and difficult thing to do, but gave us meaningful results to feed in. Likelihood was the second aspect, and we had to estimate the likelihood of a hazard event happening, and again give that a 1 to 5 score. So for this was difficult because we were dealing with very different environmental data sets from different national sources. So you can see here on the right, the coastal flooding data, which comes from one agency, has flooding extent in 4 categories, a 1 in 10 year, a 1 in 1,000 year event, etc. Whereas coastal erosion has a 5 scale of least susceptible to most susceptible. So we had an exercise of trying to standardize these, translating these to create a 1 to 5 numerical scale for each hazard. Once we did this, we obtained a result that almost 90% of our sites were exposed to high or very high risk. If you want to make yourself unpopular with your boss, tell him that 90% of the properties he's responsible for are at high risk. That was a bit of a surprise and a bit of a shock. But what this represents is pure, uncontrolled environmental risk. And it reflects factors such as the geographical location, the exposure of heritage sites, and the sensitivity of heritage sites as well themselves. So what we then did was we took into account we took into account conservation management of the sites. So we considered factors such as care and maintenance, whether the sites are occupied or staffed or not. So for example, a site that is staffed and managed directly all year is less vulnerable, and arguably it would be less impacted than a remote site on an island, for example, which has got no people and is hardly visited. And likewise, the presence or absence of a conservation plan. So these are mitigants and controls, and we developed factors to modify the initial risk score. I should say this was a big exercise for 350 sites. I think it was 61 pages of Excel spreadsheets. So a lot of work and a lot of technical information. Once we had taken those into account by factoring in the effects of site management, the risk scores were modified and reduced the number of at-risk sites to about 50%, which was much more acceptable, of course, but importantly, while still high, was much more reasonable to deal with in terms of planning and adaptation conservation strategy for these properties. And so it allowed us to focus, for example, on the 28 sites which recorded very high levels of risk, and focus on specific sites related to specific hazards. So it was much more practical in terms of allowing us to prioritize sites for action. I'm just going to show 3 examples of sites and some of the actions that we took. This is an example. This is a small valley in the west coast of Scotland. It's subjected to very high rainfall and flooding. The valley contains several hundred designated archaeological monuments, and on the left-hand side you can see the flood risk map for pluvial, for rainfall flooding was very high. The monuments are connected by footpaths, and it's a very popular tourist site as well. So this allowed us to plan for investment in terms of adapting the visitor access with raised walkways, which worked immediately and was very effective. This is a mansion in northeast Scotland, which is situated near a river, and the fluvial flood risk was high at this site. So the mansion contains high-value art material. In fact, at the time we were working here, there was a Picasso there, which was wonderful to see. So we were able to initiate training and the establishment of emergency procedures in terms of salvage planning, emergency planning, and also to move some of the vulnerable materials to higher levels in the building and change the services in the building as well to accommodate the known hazard and reduce the risk effectively there. And the final example I'm showing is a castle near Edinburgh on the coast, which has a large area of historic harbour. And on the left top is the coastal erosion risk, coastal erosion hazard, and on the bottom is the coastal flooding, both of which highlighted a vulnerability to part of the historic site. So work was undertaken to repair the historic harbour wall, again to reduce the risk level there. So The final project I'll talk about is the Guide to Climate Change Impacts, and others will talk about this, and we're going to work on this a bit tomorrow as well. We published this with a consortium of around 20 heritage organisations in Scotland under the Scottish Government's Historic Environment Strategy, and the aim was very much to get wider involvement and engagement and raise awareness of climate change amongst the broader heritage community and encourage shared ownership. As I like to put it, to open up conversations about climate change adaptation and improve the knowledge base. A key aspect of the approach was to divide the historic environment into 7 categories, which we called elements. So roofed buildings and infrastructure, surface remains, buried remains, internal collections, heritage landscapes and gardens, coastal and marine heritage. And whilst this is not perfect, wasn't perfect for us, it suited our context in Scotland at the time. I'm sure others have and will choose to do it differently, and we might do it differently if we started again today, in fact. The left-hand side just illustrates some of the contents of the toolkit, which was about providing facts, knowledge gaps, further research, a glossary, etc., and other useful aspects for users of this. For each element, we produced a summary graphic to highlight some of the key climate change impacts and hazards. We deliberately didn't want to overload this with too much information. We wanted to make it attractive and accessible, approachable for the reader and the user. This example is roofed buildings and infrastructure. So this signals issues such as rainfall, high winds and storms, thermal stresses, increased biological growth and flooding. And for buried remains, we identified issues such as changing underground preservation conditions, hydrology, drying out of waterlogged ground, for example, changing land use and agriculture, wildfires, storm events and ground movement and disturbance. The uprooting of trees as a result of storms was a significant factor. And lastly, for the elements, collections and internal fabric, we included highlights on hazards around increased rainfall and flooding, saturation of building fabric, higher temperatures internally, and higher internal humidity levels as well. In the guide, the real detail in the impacts guide are the impact tables. It's where the meat sits. There's an impact table for each of the 7 historic environment elements. I appreciate these are difficult to see here, impossible to see here for you, so I'm not going to go into detail. I'm just going to briefly highlight the key themes, the key points that we have. So this example is for roof buildings and infrastructure. On the left-hand side, we start with the impact. And here it's around saturation of historic fabric, causing structural damage, increased rates of decay. Then we have a section about covering the hazards that affect the element. So that's attributed in 3 parts. Firstly, to the known weather drivers, the hazards, the weather drivers, and then the climate change causes. So in this example, the hazards would be water penetration from rainfall or flooding. The weather drivers would be increased rainfall and intense rainstorm events. And these stem from a known Scottish climate change cause, which is an increase in winter rainfall and an increased occurrence of intense summer rainfall events. On the right-hand side of the table, we talk about exposure and vulnerability. So these are factors that are related to the historic element itself, and dependent on aspects such as the geographical location, environmental exposure, and factors that influence how sensitive a historic site might be to a particular impact. So For example, the type of materials used, the state of maintenance and repair, etc. And then finally, the last part of the table is the potential adaptation measures that might address or reduce impact. And we split this into two sections, which we termed resistance and acceptance. So the first, resistance, is action to prevent the impact and increase the way a historic asset will cope. And the second, acceptance, is when impact and damage is inevitable, and deals with how impact might be slowed or managed, or we might reduce the loss. So in this case, an example of resistance is increasing the capacity of water drainage and water protection on a building through increasing the maintenance regime, improving weathering details on buildings. Whereas acceptance might be to record the asset in the advance of likely damage and loss, planning for disaster, planning for evacuation, salvage of valuable materials, and also planning in the aftermath of an event, including recovery planning. So that's all I'm going to say. That's a summary of our key approaches to dealing with climate impacts. Hyperlinks again here, if you want to download any of these, please do. I hope that's been helpful to help understand the approach that we've taken. But as I say, every situation is different. And I think adaptation is the key word here in terms of the applicability of different approaches. And hopefully different methodologies can be adapted to suit different needs. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ivan, for a nice presentation. And yes, we come to the coffee break, where you could catch Professor Ivan and other presenters and ask more questions and dive into deep discussions. And one reflection, we have a brochure and it's actually a book about CVI, which was made in Lithuania, in Groundwork Spit, the national park, which is protected by UNESCO for 25 years. And if someone is interested in this research, so please take the book, and Sigita could give more information about this, or my colleague Justa from the Groundwork Spit National Park, she was also involved into this research. So now we have more than 30 minutes coffee break, and we will continue here quarter till 12, 11:45. We will come back with presentations again. So enjoy your coffee. Okay, so welcome back. I hope you had a fruitful discussion during the coffee break. So we will continue with our first session, and I would like to invite Helen Simonsson, Senior Advisor at the Swedish National Heritage Board, and she has been working on climate change issues since 2011 and helped adopt the Scottish tool for Sweden, and she will now share Swedish practices and insights. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm very glad to be here. Oh, it's a bit, is it too loud or? No. I'm very happy to be here. It's the first time in Vilnius. It looks like a very beautiful town. I work at the Swedish National Heritage Board on the island of Gotland in the Baltic Sea. And I'm going to talk about a tool for assessing climate impacts on cultural heritage in Sweden. But I will start with telling you some more details about the Heritage Board and why we start using this tool. So basically, it's based on Historic Environmental Scotland's tool, but we translated it and we made some small changes to make it more suitable for our conditions and for our cultural heritage sites in Sweden. On the picture, you can see another island in the Baltic Sea. That's the sand island outside of Gotland, Gotska Sandön. You have a lot of beautiful lighthouses around the coast of Sweden. And you have an area there that is very interesting on the island. So that's worth a visit as well, especially if you like birds. Well, the Swedish National Heritage Board, we are one of the oldest authorities in Sweden. We were founded by Gustavus Adolphus, 1630. And it was basically because of the rune stones and other old monuments. We wanted to be part of Europe and wanted to document all old monuments that we could be proud of. And well, we have offices in several different places. Stockholm, Visby, Glimmingehus in the south of Sweden, and the old Uppsala. And we are about 280 people working there. You have some World Heritage sites on the photos. Skogskyrkogården at the top, Visby, and you have a rune stone. My colleague Petra Stråkendal will talk more about these World Heritage sites. We work with a lot of different types of both monuments, and we also work with museums. We have 15 World Heritage sites, 3 with high nature value. We have a lot of cultural reserves with the landscapes that are of special interest. We have the supervision of the state-owned historic buildings. We have a lot of churches, homestead farms that are usually governed by local community centers. And there are a lot of objects in museums. And like Professor Hyslop mentioned, we have a lot of places underground, buried in Sweden, that we still haven't found out about. A lot of archaeological sites that we believe could be impacted by the climate changes, but they are not documented and not registered yet. So there's no lack of work. And the Heritage Board is working at a national level, meaning that when I work, I do not have direct contact with local communities. I work mainly with other county boards, and they are working with the municipalities, and the municipalities are working with local organizations and so on. And we have a lot of different areas that we're working in. We do a lot of information, reports, and recommendations. And I've been working with recommendations for stone, plaster, bricks, and so on. And I am also working with European standards for cultural heritage and conservation. And we're doing this because we think that if we can have well-kept historical sites, then they are better prepared for sudden storms or floodings or fire and so on. So we think that by doing these standards, then we can actually improve the overall condition for the monuments in Sweden and in Europe. And it also it's very important with the networking, that we are working together with other people in Europe, because of course it's a way of learning more about the different climate changes that occur in different areas of Europe. And it's also because we want to have, we want to know more from Norway or from Scotland and from other Baltic countries and share our experiences from the climate change and from the maintenance of the archaeological sites and the monuments. We also have a research lab in Gotland at the Heritage Board. And we also have databases and a library from the 18th century. Basically, some colleagues of mine, they started a feasibility study pre-COVID in 2019. And what we want is that we want more municipalities, more local communities to start doing the work with looking at the hazards that might occur or are already occurring at their sites. And it has been a problem to get some to start, because sometimes we want everything to be laid out. We want to know exactly what is going to happen. And we can't do that. This is a new situation for us all. We don't have anyone else who can tell us how to do this. We just need to start doing it and start planning. And we have to be flexible and be able to change when we discover that, oh, it was something else that happened, or there were a lot of things happening at the same time. And we're expecting it to be more and more events happening at the same time. And that will be a problem for organizations that we are perhaps not so many people. So it will be a problem to take care when you have a lot of hazards going on at the same time, or they're coming too close to each other in time. And we want to have flexible solutions if it's possible, because our goal is that it should be a better world for our children and for our grandchildren, and we don't want to choose solutions that make it difficult for them to adapt to the environment, since we don't know how the environment will be in 20 or 100 years. So we prepare flexible solutions if possible. And in a sense, I've been working with conservation and as a building restorer. In that sense, this is similar to that. We wanted to have flexible solutions as a restorer as well. You don't want to fix something in a permanent way, so it can't be altered if you're discovering that the future is going in another direction than you thought. This is Falu, Koppargruva, the copper mining fields in Sweden. So it's also one of the World Heritage Sites. And this is from Treriksröset, where Norway, Finland, and Sweden meet. So it's in the far north. Very nice area. So it's the lake Kilpisjärvi that you see here. My colleagues, when they made this feasible study, they discovered that most of the conservation management plans they looked at, and when they interviewed people, they noticed that most of the management plans were made by only one person, or sometimes perhaps two. But usually it was a problem that you were not involving several different competences, and you were not involving the local community and so on, or not the users. And that was a problem, because a lot of these plans, they were not used. Someone got paid for writing the plan, and then it was forgotten about, and people stopped using it and continued working as they always have done. And they also could see that there were a larger focus on building history or the history of a site than actually on how to maintain the site. And that is very important, because we wanted the values of the site to be preserved. But if the documents, if they are concentrated on history and not on the values, we discovered that people that were actually taking care of the site in a daily basis, they didn't know that, oh, in this place it's the window over here that is the value of this property, or over here it's the garden, or so they have to be, the plans need to be more specific, and they have to be understandable for people who are not working with the cultural heritage or climate change. So we need to have a language that is accessible for others than for ourselves. Because it's very often we write reports with a language that is suitable for our other equals that have studied the same field of expertise as we have. They also noticed that there were very often you had no connection between the budget and the tools for the management, meaning that very often these management plans, they were a bit optimistic. They were hoping for more money and more staff, and they were not realistic in that sense. So the management plan, you need to plan for a sort of worst case scenario with hardly no staff or no money at all, and see what you can do with a minimum budget. And what they could see was that the management plans, all of them lacked climate change awareness and risk and vulnerability assessment. But this was done pre-COVID, so it could be interesting to make a new feasibility study after, now we have had this for 6 years, and see if there's a change now with this tool from Historic Environment Scotland, and when we have had more lectures and been out talking more about this need of management plans that actually look at the risks and the hazards. Here you can see the city wall of Visby. This is from 2011, when a part of the medieval wall fell out. We had a winter with a lot of rapid changes between a lot of rain and a lot of freezing. And then the wall suddenly fell out like this, and it was very expensive to repair it. So a large damage on the medieval wall. But it looks good nowadays again, but it felt in the budget for... And that's part of the reason why we want others to do the plans in advance, because it costs much more to take care of a large damage afterwards. It's better to be prepared in advance, because then you can plan the budget for several years in advance. So that is one of our advice to others, that do not wait till you have a large damage on a site. Well, we need to be prepared for a lot of different hazards. Before COVID, one of the authorities in Sweden, they said that there are going to be a lot of zoonotic diseases going between, for an example, mosquitoes and people, and we have a lot of ticks, new species of ticks in Sweden that are giving animals new diseases. We have 40 new species of mosquitoes in Sweden. So there are a lot of changes going on very rapidly, and at the same time we want to have more wetlands in Sweden. It's the same in Sweden, Finland, they want to have more wetlands also as a protection because military tanks can't go on the wetlands. So the wetlands are, we want to have more of them in Sweden, but then we have to be prepared for perhaps more diseases and perhaps need to have monitoring going on the insects as well. And in Sweden we believe that a disease would not affect museums at all, or the cultural heritage planning or the cultural heritage maintenance, but it did, because people were forced to stay at home. So a lot of the museums, they actually had to close down completely. Some of them, they didn't get any money at all for having exhibitions or for having visitors. So it was an economical catastrophe for a lot of small museums. So that's something we also need to think about when we're thinking about the historical sites, that even things that can affect us humans, we are the keepers of these monumental sites. So if we are sick or can't go to work, or if we don't have electricity and so on, then we will have problems to maintain the sites. So, with planned and preventive management, a property or an organization has a greater chance of coping with climate stress, as everyone involved in the management is prepared for several different future scenarios. So tomorrow, when we're working with this tool, that is one of the important things, that we start discussions about what can happen. Because when we start discussing with other professions, then we get to know that there are more scenarios than we might have thought about. I'm the representative of the Heritage Board in a network of 51 authorities in Sweden. And it's very good, actually, because since there are so many different professions in that network, every one of us get to know more about the future scenarios, because there are people that know a lot of things that are not about culture or cultural heritage. But when we start discussing, we're discovering that all of our areas, they are intertwined, they are connected. So we need to, think about the food supply, for an example. And it's like the northern part of Sweden, where we have Laponia. We will have more and more of conflicts of land and how to use the land. And that's something we can see already, but it's going to be more of that in the future. And it might be more difficult for the cultural heritage to say that we need this land for our grandchildren, when we need perhaps to change what we are growing for food. They noticed that the success factors for the management plans were that they should be realistic, and as I mentioned, they should involve different professions and skills, and that you should have perspectives both from inside your own organization, but also from the outside, that you ask other professions, that you ask the local communities or the users, the daily users of the site. And as I mentioned, the value should be easy to understand for others than for those working in the cultural heritage field. This is Visby again, the medieval city wall, and this is reenactors. This is supposed to be the Danish king that is entering the battlefield outside of Visby. And success factors where when threats and vulnerabilities, both to the building or to the historical side and in the organization itself, are identified and addressed. It's very often that we forget about the organization, that we don't see, or we don't want to put it in a paper, that we have problems in an organization to maintain a site, but it's important that we notice if we have perhaps lack of staff or that we lack competences and so on. And the policy should be easy to follow up. So the aim with our translation, it was to have these discussions. So this one is, the translation is easy to download from our website. And the main purpose is to start discussions in different organizations. We can see how many that is there on the website and downloading this tool. But at the moment, we don't know yet. We have to make a study to see in what way the different communities, how are they using this tool, and what kind of changes do they do to the tool. And you will see that tomorrow as well, that you might need to change the tool so it's more suitable for your own purpose. So you're not... you don't need to make it exactly like we have done it. This is also a cultural listed building at Gotland. It's the ivy is the local special plant on the Gotland. So it's covered a lot of the historic buildings completely. This is Glimmingehus. This is one of our it's part of the National Heritage Board as well, so it's a medieval stronghold in the south of Sweden. So we made symbols for these different categories that Professor Hyslop talked about. So we made one category for parks and gardens. This is when the Vasa ship is discovered. This is my colleague Petra Stråkendal's expertise area. And we made this symbol for archaeological sites, monuments, and objects. This is Dr. Laila Kitzler-Åfelt. She's one expert, well, perhaps the leading expert in Sweden in 3D scanning. And that's also an important part, the documentation of monuments or historical sites that might get, well, destroyed completely or perhaps in part. So she's an expert at documenting. She's been studying rune stones because then we can follow the weathering when we're making 3D scans of stones and how the weathering is going on. And she's an expert at looking at the chisel marks, so she can recognize different stonemasons from the Viking area and so on. Museum collections. There are a lot of different museums collections in Sweden, of course, both small museums and large state-owned ones. This was also a category that we added from the Scottish tool, and that was about landscapes and biodiversity, because it, like Laponia and the north of Sweden and a lot of other areas, it will be problematic to keep the cultural landscape the way it has looked in the 19th or in the 17th century and so on, because we will see other plants, we will have other weather conditions, so it will be more and more difficult to keep them. So perhaps that's also different. We need to focus on documentation, and that is also something we're working with on a European level to make standards for documentations. So we at least have some memory of landscapes or historical sites that will be completely altered or destroyed. So this is the island Öland in the Baltic Sea. And this is Karlskrona and Utlängan. So it's a lighthouse area in the corner there. And you have the museum, and you can see how close to water it is. This is also Petra's field of expertise, so I'm not going into that. We use the same causative factors as in Historic Scotland's tool. So we have temperature, rainfall, extreme weather, rockfall, landslide, and erosion. Those are large problems in a lot of areas of Sweden. The coastal erosion in the south of Sweden is very large and it goes very quickly. And there are some areas where we need to move the whole towns in some areas. And that it's also important then to make archaeological digs if we actually are losing areas into the sea. Flooding and sea level rise is the blue one. And this is the Swedish version. We have the same content as in the Scottish one. So I'm not going to read all the headings because Professor Hyslop has already mentioned them. But tomorrow, when we look at this, don't be stressed if the tool looks complicated. We have noticed that sometimes the discussions, people start talking about what is the hen and what is the egg, who came first. Don't get stuck on that. The important thing is to start talking about what hazards there can be for a particular site or for a particular place. So it's the discussion that is the important thing. And the important thing is also that we are different professions. And we don't have to agree. We can have different opinions about what is important. But it's very important that we have it written down so we can see what different problems we see from our perspective of our professions. And remember this, don't get stuck on the problems because there are a lot of things that can be changed to something better. So we shall see possibilities as well. Like in Sweden, we have some areas that they might actually get an easier maintenance of their site because they are not getting tons of snow on the roofs and so on. So it's very important that we don't forget about the positive sides of this societal change that we need to go through now, and that we can use cultural heritage as an inspiration. Visby, again, the medieval wall. It looks great in all weather, so I'm taking a lot of photos of the city wall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen, for presentation. And I would like to remind that we have Slido and there's possibility to ask questions, and we will continue in our discussion after all presentations. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now our final speaker in this session is Petra Strakendal, Senior Advisor at the Swedish National Heritage Board, expert in world heritage and maritime archaeology. In 2017, the board was tasked with developing Swedish National World Heritage Strategy, outlining how UNESCO World Heritage work should be organized. And Petra will share insights from this process and its implication for climate action in cultural heritage. So please, welcome Petra.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for the invitation and the possibility of both sharing and to gain experience from this room and online. So, I work at the Swedish National Heritage Board, which is the same board as Helen just presented. And I will talk about the World Heritage work that we do. So we have 15 World Heritage sites in Sweden. 13 of them are cultural sites. Number 4 is our nature site, which is also shared with Finland. And number 1 is our mixed site, which is both cultural and a nature site. And it's also the OUV, the Outstanding Universal Value, is also very well connected to traditions from the Sami people. So it's also with the indigenous people that we work with. We also have, Helen mentioned that we have 3 sites that are of high value. So it's number 1, it's number 4, and it's also number 12, which is an agricultural landscape, and it's a continuing landscape with high values of nature. And we have 1 site on the tentative list, which is also the rise of the systematic biology. Have you heard of Carl von Linné? Yeah, that's connected to his work. Okay. So the Swedish National Heritage Board, you heard about our overall work, and this is what we do connected to the World Heritage work. So of course we work with the implementation of the World Heritage Convention, but we have also been assigned from the state party to be the coordinator of the World Heritage work. We have the focal point of the Cultural World Heritage. We coordinate the periodic reporting, and the last one was done in 2023. How many of you were involved? Not that many. Oh, a few, okay. We also work with reactive monitoring, that something happens and even the common people can be concerned that something is happening in the World Heritage, and they contact us. So we work with the reactive monitoring. We work with governance and also especially the legal protection. We don't have any specific World Heritage legislation in Sweden. It's protected by many different acts or ordinances. And of course we work with the operational guidelines, the toolkits, and the policy documents, and try to involve it in different guidelines and how we work in Sweden. And as mentioned, we got the assignment to make a national strategy for our World Heritage work, which was conducted over a few years, and in a wide cooperation with different stakeholders and authorities. When this was done, the vision is that World Heritage should lead the way to a peaceful and sustainable world. And when this was presented in 2020, it was a totally different world than we see today. So it's more challenging working with this today. And one of the goals in the strategy is that the Sustainable Development Goals should be a part of all our work. So that's what we're trying to do. Those things look quite easy on paper, and it's not that easy when you should do it in practice. And 1 year after the strategy was presented, we also presented an action plan. And in that action plan, there are 9 areas of development, and risk preparedness and climate change adaptation is one part of it. And this was presented before the UNESCO climate change policy document were presented in 2023. So when we are in the progress of reviewing the work in the action plan and revise it, and then this new policy will be included. So when we're working with the development goal in the action plan today, we work with this. You have the outstanding universal value. Are all familiar with the temple? Both and, yeah. It stands on 3 pillars. If one of the pillars falls, the temple falls. So when we work with the climate change, you're in 2 of the pillars. And it's the authenticity and the integrity, and also how to get it in your guidelines, in your governance, and in your management plans. And it's both with mitigation and adaptation. So how do we work with mitigation? First I will share this. Is it for real? Sometimes you can see discussions about, yeah, it's not that bad. I would recommend them all to go to this World Heritage, which is on Iceland. So it's the Vatnajökull National Park, the nature of fire and ice. And we visited this site a few years ago, and you can go from the visitor center to the glacier, and you can see where the glacier were in different times. It's not on the same place as it were if they had placed the visitor center a few hundred years before. So this is happening, and here you can see it. We can see it in all our sites, but here you can really experience it in a different way. And you can see the border of the glacier today. You can see how it's melting. So if you don't believe it, go there. So how do we also work with mitigation? All different authorities in Sweden have policy documents of how to make responsible choices in their organizations. But also the visitor centers work with this in different ways. And the first one is from the rock carvings in Tanum. It's number 15. I have put in maps on all my slides so that you can follow in Sweden and see where we are. So this is number 15, the first picture. And they have a policy document presented on their webpage so that everyone who wants to visit or work with similar tasks, they can go to the webpage and have a look. How do they work with different sustainable and responsible choices? And also, the second picture is from the visitor center in the Lithuanian area. And that was our mixed site, number 1. And the Sami people, they have different traditions. They have 8 seasons, and they also don't want to leave traces in the landscape. So when they built this visitor center, that was in the plan. So they can actually take this down and don't leave traces. And it's made out of sustainable materials. Big questions right now is how do we work with mitigation and lower the increasing temperature. And the green transition and renewable energy is something that we have to work with. We have a lot of permit assessment right now, who is a part of this. But sometimes you have to stop and think, is this the best place of doing this? Or can it be done in some other places? Our decorated farmhouses, that is number 5, it's not on the picture, but UNESCO have specifically said that this is an area that is sensitive for wind energy. We have our coastal World Heritage that is Some of them are can be affected of the offshore wind energy. And we also have the solar energy. And you can put them on the roofs, and you have to think about it. Is this the best place to put it? But you also have the Grimmington radio station, which is number 14 on the map. Here they wanted to place a solar panel field quite near this area. And of course it can affect the visual experience of the place. But here, for 100 years, they have been able to transmit radio signals from Sweden to America. And the concern was that this panel system should disturb that transmission. And that would affect the OUV in a negative way. So, and we have a court order that they forbid them to build this solar panel. Okay, we also work with awareness raising. Here we have 3 different sites. It's number 4, the one down here. We have Struve that we also share with Lithuania. And it's number 2. And we have the rock carvings in Tarnum that is number 15. All of them are about bedrocks, it's about stones. But when you work with this, you have to do it with different methods, in a different way. There is not one recipe that have the solution for everything. And a lot of our work is to organize seminars or participate in seminars just to raise awareness. And it can be, as in the first picture, about methods. And here we are discussing one of the threats that the water is pouring down the rock and it damages it. And on top of the picture you can see that they have built a concrete wall. So if you should try to do things, don't test new methods on crucial points. So now they are removing this, and of course that is causing damages, but it's better than just keeping it. And you can see that we have some different materials laying on, and so we're trying new methods that is less dangerous to the position there. Okay, then the adaptation. So before you know what to do, you have to do your homework. What can we do? We have heard about some of the methods, as the vulnerability index, for example, and the different reports. But we also have the periodic reporting. We have quite new numbers in chapter 4 in the periodic reporting. What does it say? And this is our analysis of the factors affecting the properties. And it will be included in a report that we will publish later this year. And it's also in the report, we have a survey that we had a number of questions about cultural heritage in general and a specific chapter about the World Heritage. And this survey was done to the county administrative boards, and most of them answered. So we have the numbers to compare. So first we have the World Heritage and the periodic reporting from 2023. We have the survey from this year, and then we can continue doing this. And it will be a great thing to have when we will do the next periodic reporting. So, and it's type of how you can work with this type of questions in a different way. So what have we seen? water. Water is crucial for survival, both man and nature, but it's also a threat. And this is what UNESCO has said in news that was published during the summer. Nearly 3/4 of World Heritage Sites are at risk from water-related hazards. Have you seen the news that was published? So, but we shared this picture. Water is the biggest threat that we have. And the picture here is from the agricultural landscape of Öland. So how does the water damage? You can see my arrow. It comes from up, it comes from below. In this area, number 3 on the map is the church town of Gammelstad. And if you see on the picture from above, they are basically on top of each other, 400 buildings. So when the rain comes, it comes down on the facade of the next building. When the rainfall was heavy, the roads it couldn't go away, and it was sloping towards the buildings. So here the solution was that they lowered the roads after an archaeological excavation. And now the water can go away from the buildings. We also have the sea level rise. We were talking about the risk and vulnerability assessment. In Sweden, we have done it out of a community perspective. And this is one area that is in high risk of damaging the entire city from sea level rise, and especially the World Heritage. And this first analysis later led to a project where they had a look at the World Heritage. What are the risks and how can we work with it? And you can see that there are quite many buildings that are at high risk if the water level increases 2.5 meters. And already today, when we have the storm floods, it's already there in some points. And you can see on the picture, which is number 13 on the map, buildings are already in the water. The closest one shall be in the water because it's that function. But the one with the black roof and the white pillars, it shall not be in the water, but it's really close. So there are some areas that we need to work with, and the report presents the different solutions, both in short term and in long term. It's available online. We haven't decided which way to go, neither we, the municipality, or the county administrative board, because all of them include damaging the OUV in some way or other interests. But if we don't do anything, we will lose it in a longer perspective. So where do you put the level? And it will be extremely costful to do these solutions. We also have the flooding. And the solution of this is that you have a plan for looking at weather reports, and if there will be rainfall or a lot of snow melting fast, then they open the dams. We have the humidity, and especially in our industrial heritage. The first one is the mining in Falun, which is number 6. And you also have the radio station that I mentioned before as number 14. The corrosion increases. And on the radio station, this means that they have to, when they have 6 towers. So when they have painted them, the number 6, they have to start over at number 1. And this is going faster and faster and becomes more and more expensive. Humidity is also a problem in the unheated buildings. During wintertime, the humidity increases. To work with this, the decorated farmhouses, number 5 on the map, they have worked with the university. So they are measuring the humidity in the buildings, and they are also doing some research about how they can lower the humidity during winter time and not heated buildings. Oh, sorry. So, and we have the frost wedging. We love to talk about the World Heritage Visby, which is number 11 on the map. This is an example of when we are doing things. Something has happened, and in this case, they have restored it. On the stone, on the other hand, there is a quite large crack. This is an example from number 9, which is Birkahovgården. And in this case, we just observe at this moment. We don't do anything with the crack, we just observe it to see if do we have to do something. And that is also a choice. Sometimes you do things and sometimes you don't. And the temperature. Both of these pictures are from the Lithuanian area, number 1. The picture with the landscape. At the same time, earlier, it should be 80 centimeters of snow at that time. And there is not. Something is happening in the area. And the Lithuanian people who have their traditions with 8 seasons instead of our 4, they can't do their traditions in an ordinary way because the climate isn't. They are not cooperating. And this affects the reindeer. And you can say that the reindeer is the heart of that World Heritage. And they graze over huge areas. And if they don't have snow, they get affected by the mosquitoes. To keep their kids and go to the snow, they are protected in that area. If they are on bare land, they get attacked by the mosquitoes. And also, if you have the temperature during winter, if you have snow and then you get warmer, maybe it rains or it melts on top, and then it freezes again, and it becomes a crust on top. And that means they can't just put the snow away to eat the grass or lava underneath. And this means, on the other hand, that other types of grazing areas is more important. And then they come to conflict with the different companies who wants to cut down the forest and things like that. So this is not an easy solution, but it is up to discussion. Also in that area, we were talking about the archaeological artifacts and archaeological sites. And some are affected in the long term and some in a short term. And this is happening right now because the glaciers are melting and the artifacts gets open in the air and in the sun and gets destroyed. And those artifacts are a part of the Lithuanian OUV. And this is also something that we are discussing both with the site and the researchers. How do we do this? how can we take the both perspectives? We have the temperature change, which of course affects the gardens. This is the royal domain of Drottningholm, who was our first World Heritage. It's number 10 on the map. And it's also the cemetery, Skogskyrkogården, which is number 8. And the trees, they get infected by diseases, the fungus, and it affects the entire gardens. And there are also discussions about solutions. Yeah, we replace it with other types of trees, for example. We have the drought, because it can be too much water, but it can also be too little water. And wildfires are happening. This was in 2014, and of course it affects people, but it also affects cultural heritage, such as this industrial heritage that is number 7. There were more than, it was a huge area, and more than 100 firemen who was fighting this, and 10 helicopters and things. The agricultural landscape of Öland, number 12. In 2018, it was really dry. Perhaps it was in Lithuania too, yeah. And it was really dry. They had to go with different tank cars from the mainland to the island, so that they could continue growing their crops, and the cows could drink. Yeah, 2 slides, 2 minutes, okay. And I heard, several times here, you are the experts. Yes, we are experts in some way. We can be experts in a method, or a system, or in a place, but it's in the network that we can find the best practice. And there are a lot of experts in this room on your site or in your expertise, but it's in the network that we can find the solutions to the global challenges. And it's together, because nobody can do everything, all can do something, and together we can do a lot. So thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you very much. It's really nice to see that we have a lot of in common, and usually we forget about Struve Geodetic Arc, which is actually celebrating 20 years of being protected in UNESCO this year.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So thank you, Petra, once again for presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, for inviting me. I'm so glad to be here.
So we will meet you in discussion part after all presentations.
Yes.
Okay, so let's move to our session number 2, which is called Addressing the Climate Emergency in Lithuania. And in this session, we will explore Lithuanians' approach to climate challenges, including policy adaptation measures and collaborative efforts to integrate climate action into heritage protection. And we look forward to a lively exchange of ideas and experiences. And our first presentation will provide an overview of Lithuanians' climate projections up to 2100 years. Key national risks and progress in climate adaptation policies, including the 2024 and 2030 National Climate Change Adaptation Plan and municipality strategies. And special focus will be on the cultural heritage sector and how national frameworks support resilience. And our speaker, Mobilis is a chief specialist in climate policy group at the Ministry of Environment and focusing on adaptation, stakeholders engagement, and international cooperations. And Mobilis also represents Lithuania in UNFCCC's negotiations. So please, Mobilis, your presentation.
So, good afternoon, distinguished colleagues and guests. It is a real honor to join this event prepared by the UNESCO and to share our country's perspective and actions on climate change adaptation. And as we know, adapting to climate change is not a single task, but a real complex one and real and ongoing challenge. And I look at exploring these aspects today with you. So climate change, without a doubt, is one of the greatest challenges of our time. It is not only an environmental issue, but it also affects our economies, our security, our health, and of course, culture and heritage. Last year, 2004, we marked a turning point. For the first time, the global temperature exceeded 1.5 degrees threshold set in the Paris Agreement. And we already see the consequences here today in Lithuania. In 2024 alone, we recorded 18 daily higher temperature records, and extreme hydrometeorological events have become a new reality of our days. We experienced 2 catastrophic meteorological phenomena and 17 dangerous meteorological and 12 dangerous hydrological events. And sometimes it is surprisingly easy to be misled. Human psychology has this very, very simple rule. Either it's very cold or either it's very hot. Either everything is great or either everything is a disaster. And take the summer, for example. In Lithuania, we had quite a cool summer season, and of course, many people might feel like, well, maybe 2025 was actually a cold year. And of course, skeptics, especially in the social media, tend to ask, so where's your climate change now? And even me, with my closest one, was starting a discussion, was it last year really that hot? Or maybe this summer was too cold for us, or it was perfect, actually. But what we often forget is the bigger picture. And we had a very warm spring, and just last week, Lithuania broke its 21st daily air temperature record this year, and it's already more than last year. And according to Lithuanian Hydrometeorological Service, in the past 5 years, what is interesting that heat records have been measured about 10 times more often than cold records. So yes, we might have a cool summer here or there, but the data shows that it's undeniable. The climate is really changing and it's getting warmer. So when we speak about the climate projections, we need to keep in mind that these are scenarios and not the fixed forecasts, and they depend on how humanity acts, on our lifestyles, on our energy choices, on the policies we put in place, and the more emissions we generate, the more severe scenario is possible. And one thing, however, is known already, and the data shows that, the number of and intensity of extreme events is growing worldwide. And how heat waves, droughts, floods, and storms are already becoming more frequent. When we look at the future and the temperature changes in Lithuania, we see that it is going to get warmer. And by the end of the century, projections show an increase ranging from 1.2 degrees in a milder scenario to almost 2.8 degrees in a high emission scenario. But warming will not be the same throughout the year. The strongest increase expected in the winter months from December to January, and meanwhile the smallest increase will be in late spring to early summer from May to July. And so winters will be noticeably milder, but summers will still be warmer. And rising temperatures will affect many sectors of our economy, and media already showing that. We already see that in the insurance sector, more frequent extreme weather events mean mounting financial losses after storms, floods, or droughts, and public health is also at risk. Warmer conditions are linked to the spread of the tick-borne diseases, and while longer pollen seasons increase allergies and respiratory problems. And in Lithuania, one of the particularly serious damage is the rapid shift between freezing and thawing cycles. When, for example, asphalt suffers the swing rapidly from the 0 to above and causing cracks that are damages and they are costly to repair. The data shows that the number of heat waves is also increasing. At present, Lithuania experiences about 2 days per year, but in coming decades the number could get up to 6 to 9 days, and one model combination even shows that heat waves are projected could be even last longer, and in some cases up to 2 weeks. And heat waves also have a huge impact on our health. The most vulnerable are, of course, the elderly people and children, and because they suffer the most, they are most vulnerable to the extreme heat. And however, too oftenly municipalities do the solutions only after the problems appear. So, for example, many municipalities, many cities now install public drinking fountains so that people could, you know, just cool themselves during the hot days. And also, as I mentioned before, the heat also affects our infrastructure. Roads can deform under prolonged heat, and we have even seen the headlines suggesting that outdoor events may have been even be cancelled if the high temperatures continue. When we look at the cold spells, these are the days when the minimum temperature drops below -50 degrees. We see that their number is projected to decrease. By the end of the century, this could fall, leaving us to 4 to 5 cold days per year. And at the first glance, it might sound like quite good news for us. But there is an important paradox, because as the average temperature is in winter rises, people actually become less resistant to cold. So this means that even few cold days can still pose a high risk, especially for those that are vulnerable. And cold weather will continue to be a serious threat for the most socially vulnerable, particularly for those that face energy poverty and who struggle to heat their homes adequately. Looking at the precipitation, we see that the overall trend in increase in average rainfall is from 6% to 40%, so we might think that it's not that much. But however, we see more frequent cases of the very heavy rainfall, when, for example, in one day there can fall around the amount of the whole month. So today, Lithuania experiences about 40 to 60 days of heavy precipitation, but at the end of the century, this number is expected to rise. And this is exactly why we need preparation and planning ahead. With heavier, more sudden rainfalls, cities are increasingly at risk of flooding, and this is one of the examples from Lithuania, but we also seen these cases in the whole Europe. For example, in the Czech Republic, we have seen many cases in Poland, and so on. So this is why we should prepare, and municipalities are already preparing also the measures for the rain drainage reconstruction, and so on. In Lithuania, we also have criteria when the heating season must begin, but what is interesting that we also start to need thinking about the cooling days, because now a cooling day is defined as a day when the average temperature rises above the 50 degrees, and today we have 78 of such days per year, but at the end of the century, this number is projected to increase by 2 or 4 additional weeks. So let us now turn to the cultural sector, which is a heart of this event. And on the one hand, climate change might create opportunities. For example, conditions for outdoor tourism could improve as our summers are getting longer. However, during the heat waves, tourists actually tend to visit fewer sites, and as spending time outdoors might affect their health. And when it comes to the heritage sites, the greatest danger is for those that are not maintained or protected. And we have already seen such cases. For example, a few years ago, we had a huge storm in Žagarė, which is a protected area. As you can see, there was like many fallen trees near the church, and there are cases happening all around Lithuania. And to be able to plan effectively, To adapt effectively, of course, planning ahead is essential. And last year, Lithuania adopted its first national climate change adaptation plan. And this plan covers a wide range of sectors that you can see on the slide. And each sector has its own measures, and each ministry is responsible for their implementation. And however, at this stage, the plan does not include the measures of the cultural sector, but we are very happy to see that Ministry of Culture is doing a lot of work in this field, and of course this event is one of the examples. And here I will briefly highlight a few measures included in the National Adaptation Plan. Of course, not all of them, because that would require another presentation, but for example, it is integrated with the flood risk management plans, and between 2021 to 2027, about 34 million euros from the European Union's investment program will be allocated for the flood prevention. And of course, we also have an integration with the coastal management plans, and for this purpose, we have about 6.3 million euros allocated, and priority will be given to those parts of Lithuanian coastline that are most exposed to the erosion and extreme events. This includes recreational areas, such as Palanga and Šventoji, as well as stretches to the Curonian Spit and so on. And one of the challenges we face is how to properly assess the climate-related loss and damage, and in the numerical terms. And at present, warnings are issued mainly when the somewhat meteorological event threshold is reached, but this doesn't reflect the real impact on people's health, property, infrastructure, and so on. So this is why we need to strengthen our knowledge base, and of course the plan foresees several key steps: expanding hydrometeorological observation network, create a hydrographic database, improve forest fire forecasts, and so on. So when we speak about the national adaptation, we also have to recognize the critical role of the local level, because the municipalities know their region best, and they should be the leaders in the climate change adaptation. And already in 2017, we prepared the guidelines for the municipalities how to do so. Unfortunately, no municipality prepared the plan of their own, and it was shown that that people just don't have any or enough experience or enough knowledge. So this is where we need to help them. And this is why in recent years the Ministry of Environment implemented the Climate Adapt project, which developed detailed interactive climate change projections up to 2100. And with these tools, municipalities should find all the information they need and in one place. The second stage of the Climate Adapt project was the analysis of the sensitivity and vulnerability of Lithuanian municipalities, and this study showed which municipalities are most vulnerable to which risks. So the map actually speaks for itself, and we see that coastal region is projected to be the most vulnerable to climate change, but in 2100 the risk it will increase significantly across all the municipalities. And finally, we have already prepared first results in the local level. The very first 8 municipal adaptation plans have been prepared. They are available online, and these plans cover all the key sectors, and in this time culture sector as well. And each plan looks in detail how climate change in their municipality, and even we have some maps that show that how the risks will change in the particular districts of their municipality. So in the future, we do not plan to stop here, and adaptation in Lithuania is still carried out rather fragmentically, but what we need is a holistic and coordinated approach. So this is why we are preparing a climate change adaptation law. It will set out institutions, their responsibilities, and cooperation mechanism to reduce vulnerability, manage risks, and ensure long-term resilience. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marilia. And I think, yeah, everyone is waiting for real working plans, not just paper plans. It's just a wish for everyone, not to have a lot of papers, but to have real measures on the ground to stop the climate change. And yeah, thank you very much for all presenters. And we had plenty informative presentations, but it's now time to recharge ourselves as well. And I hope that after lunch break, we will not melt down with the participant numbers, and you all will come back here. But so first of all, when you walk down the stairs, we are waiting for you outside in front of the Sapiegas residence to have a group picture. Sorry for those who are not here, you are online, but who's are here on Sapiegas, you are waiting in outside the building, and we will have a group picture. So please be there. And after the nice group picture, we will have a lunch, and the lunch will be in the first floor, so just follow the signs. And we will meet 5 minutes past 2, so enjoy your lunch, have a fruitful discussion with your colleagues. Okay, so nice to see you again. Of course, climate change affected a little bit of our participants, so some of them just melted out, but I hope that they will come back soon. So, small question. Please raise the hand who has visited all 5 UNESCO sites in Lithuania. All 5. Okay, can you say all of them? 5? Yes, Struve? Yes. Yes. Yes, so thank you very much. So we have experts in UNESCO field. So let's jump to our next presentation. And our next speaker is Vilija Ralytė, specialist in the Cultural Heritage Protection Analysis Group at the National Commission for Cultural Heritage. And Vilija has over 10 years experience in cultural heritage conservation and is currently focused on legal aspects of climate change related to heritage. And she will discuss how Lithuanian strategic planning aligns with the European Green Deal and the often overlooked role of cultural heritage in supporting a green infrastructure. Vilija, please.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Thank you for your introduction. Today I'm representing the National Commission for Cultural Heritage of the Republic of Lithuania, which is an expert and advisor to the Parliament, President and Government of the Republic of Lithuania on issues of national cultural heritage protection policy. One of the directions of the Commission activities is to prepare decisions with proposals for the mentioned institutions. These decisions are not imperative, but they can become an impetus for changes in cultural heritage policy and management. In 2024, a working group was established within the Heritage Commission to examine issues of climate change and cultural heritage. The first decision based on the working group's research is planned to be adopted this autumn. So in my presentation, I will focus not so much on the adaptation of cultural heritage to climate change, but more on the contribution of cultural heritage to climate action. I hope it still will be relevant because it's closely linked together. My presentation consists of 2 main parts. The first part of this report analyzes the main strategic planning documents of the Republic of Lithuania that addresses the goals of the Green Deal and green transition, highlighting aspects relevant to the cultural heritage field. These documents include Lithuanian Vision for the Future, Lithuania 2050, National Progress Plan, and the National Environmental Protection Strategy. There are, of course, more documents, but not in all of them cultural heritage is mentioned. So the second part, based on international recommendations and documents, briefly examines how the task of the green transition relate to cultural heritage field and how these tasks can be implemented using cultural heritage. In both parts, the initial proposals of the Heritage Commission are presented. They will be developed and specified later. Climate change, as we all know, is a major global issue affecting people's living environment. And in 2019, a set of policy initiatives was formed, the European Green Deal. It is designed to achieve climate neutrality by 2050 and promote a new growth strategy for Europe that is sustainable in its environmental, economic, and social aspects. Well, as far as I know, we already failed to reach some goals, but that doesn't mean that we need to stop trying. And of course, the same goals or similar goals are stated in many strategic documents worldwide, European level and regional level. And also, they reflect in the strategic documents of the Republic of Lithuania. So here, we can see Lithuania's future vision. It is designed as a building, and culture is shown at its foundation. From this foundation arise the pillars of vision's directions, which are connected by the unifying principles of development and deployment of technologies and innovations, and care for the natural world. These principles addresses the task of a strategic green transition agenda and unites all directions of the vision. In strategic planning documents, strategic level planning documents, primarily the National Progress Plan, the goals of a green transition are mainly addressed by the tasks set for the economy and environment sectors and are implemented by the ministries responsible for them. And Ministry of Culture, which is in charge of cultural heritage in Lithuania, is not a key player in this process. So here you can see National Progress Plan, and it's the strategic goal number 6 is to ensure good environmental quality and sustainability of natural resource use, protect biodiversity, mitigate Lithuanians' impact on climate change, and increase resilience to its effects. The 7th task of this goal, which you can see here, to preserve, restore, and maintain biodiversity, the quality of ecosystems, and their services, landscape uniqueness, and ensure sustainable resource use, and so on, could be directly linked to cultural heritage through the preservation of the landscape value of cultural heritage objects. However, from the specified impact indicators, it is clear that landscape here is understood primarily as natural. Now we will talk shortly about National Environmental Protection Strategy. So this strategy goals and tasks related to landscape protection are in many cases directly linked to green transition, and the Ministry of Environment coordinates the implementation of this strategy. Now, the separate goal in National Environmental Protection Strategy is set for the urban environment. You can see it here, to achieve good quality of the urban environment while also ensuring balanced territorial development of the country and favorable conditions for social and economic development of urbanized territories. Detailing this goal, processes are discussed in which heritage protection directly operates and which directly affect cultural heritage, i.e. the planning of urbanized territories. It is in the environmental protection strategy and not the strategy for cultural policy that the significance of cultural heritage for preserving the quality of a living environment is directly mentioned. It states, to ensure the sustainable development of urbanized territories, the protection, revitalization, and use of architectural and urban heritage must be ensured in the planning and development of urbanized territories, and so on. This strategy also states that the landscape must be formed based on historical development, knowledge of historical development and its values, among other points. But we're talking about National Environmental Protection Strategy. And now I want to talk a little bit of what we have of landscapes in our cultural heritage policy. So we have Cultural Heritage Register, where data of a movable and movable cultural property stored in Lithuania are accumulated. The Department of Cultural Heritage under the Ministry of Culture is the register manager, and the registry currently contains approximately 860 cultural heritage objects for which the landscape value is established. The majority of these are archaeological heritage sites, hill forts, barrows, burial sites, and so on. But heritage value is also attributed to objects such as wind and water mills, lighthouses, bridges, several manor homesteads, historical parts of cities, villages, and etc. Other 600 objects with a landscape value are state-protected objects. The Department of Cultural Heritage under the Ministry of Culture implements the Cultural Heritage Protection Policy and state administration, with the exception of several protected areas. This means that the Department of Cultural Heritage is directly responsible for the preservation of a significant part of heritage with landscape value, and thus for the preservation of the elements that shape the uniqueness of the landscapes. So now we can see a short scheme, like European Green Deal. We can call it, I don't know, green transition goals. Then we have a tool to achieve it. It's sustainable development through landscape protection and planning. And then we have cultural heritage, which is element or part of the landscape. And what legal tools do we have in cultural heritage area to protect that landscape? We have a definition in the law, and that's all. We don't have any tools like to manage it. We don't have any tools to work with it, to monitor it, and so on. So, but the situation is changing. We hope that the new version of the law will soon emerge, and the obligation to carry heritage impact assessments of all heritage property will be established there, as far as I know. So now we move to proposals of Heritage Commission. As I said, it's only initial proposals. They will be developed and specified. Well, the ideal thing would be to update Lithuanian strategy for cultural policy, at least when it is time to do that, by incorporating tasks related to the green transition and climate neutrality, using the potential of cultural heritage and cultural landscapes. Also, since cultural heritage is part of our cultural policy, we suggest to prepare a climate neutrality plan for the cultural sector. And the other thing that we suggest is to incorporate the objectives of a green transition and climate neutrality into the updated action plan for the preservation and promotion of cultural heritage. Because now, neither in the strategy for cultural policy, neither in that plan, the world landscape is not even mentioned. So now I will very briefly discuss international experience, because we've heard much about that here already. So you can see here European Cultural Heritage Green Paper, which examines how the cultural heritage sector can be integrated into the implementation of the green transition goals. It provides recommendations to institutions that shape cultural heritage policy and to the manager of heritage sites and objects. This presentation names several proposals from the publication that are planned to be submitted in Commission's decision. Here you can see quotes from this publication. I will not read it, you can find it on the internet. This publication also discusses the European initiative, European Bauhaus, New European Bauhaus, which is also a very important tool that makes green transition in built environment attractive and convenient for all. It is a policy and funding initiative by European Commission. The initiative promotes solutions that are not only sustainable, but also inclusive and beautiful. I think that for cultural heritage, it is a very important initiative where it can be directly used to achieve green transition goals. And the initiative is presented on the website of the Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Lithuania. So the ministry is using this tool. And there you can see current information and examples of Lithuania's participation in the initiative. So I will just show you this. The New European Bauhaus route stop is in Kaunas. I don't know if all of you have been to Kaunas, you should go there. Also, National Library won one of the nominations, and Neringa Forest Architecture was nominated in other area. So now I move to Heritage Commission proposals. First of all, I think we need to we think we need to strengthen the idea of the new European Bauhaus by integrating the entire cultural sphere, including cultural heritage. Also, we need to increase the participation of the cultural heritage sector in the implementation of climate policy actions, and increase attention to adapting to climate change and reducing greenhouse gas emissions in cultural and heritage programs and projects. Also, while usually green transition goals, sustainable development, and protection of cultural heritage goes hand in hand, there are cases where green transition goals may seem incompatible with the protection of cultural heritage. This conflict often arises in areas such as improving the energy efficiency of historic buildings or the development of renewable energy sources, as it can visually impact historical objects and sites. Here we see one example from the European Cultural Heritage Green Paper, Energy Islands, Wind Farm and Fort in Scotland. This example shows that while a new wind farm posed a visual threat to a historic fort, a collaborative effort led to a compromise. The Historic Environment Scotland, which we have representative here, provided specific solutions on how to mitigate the visual impact on the historic fort. After discussions, the design of the turbines was changed and their number was reduced. And of course, we could find examples in Lithuania. As far as I know, current situation, similar situation was in Kernavė. Maybe you will hear about it more. Yes, you will. Another field where the conflict may arise is reuse of historic buildings, talking about their energetic efficiency. Here you can see an example of the adaptation of a former Benedictine monastery copyright in Bavaria for the Fraunhofer Center for Energy Efficient Renovation of Historic Buildings and the Preservation of Historic Monuments. The building was supposed to be demolished and replaced with a modern one, but research revealed that the original roof structure from the middle 18th century had survived, and in seeking new purpose for the building that would combine heritage values and current needs, it was decided to establish there a research center focused on the very topic of energy-efficient renovation of historic buildings. So here are some of the proposals of the Heritage Commission. Ensure renewable energy projects are implemented with a thorough assessment of their impact on the cultural landscape and community traditions, and ensure energy efficiency for historic buildings while respecting the heritage values and traditional building techniques. You've heard Sigita talked about it in the first presentation, that we have traditional means to maintain energy efficiency, which are different than in modern buildings. And while you're looking at these beautiful pictures of Nida in Kurhanjanspit, I will finish my presentation by saying that cultural heritage is not just a victim of climate change, but also can be a powerful tool for combating it. This is because cultural heritage is intrinsically linked to key concepts like sustainability, traditional knowledge, traditional materials and crafts, and cultural landscapes. Excuse me. In Lithuania, the primary responsibility for landscape protection and sustainable development falls to the Ministry of Environment, while the responsibility for cultural heritage, the Ministry of Culture. This separation can be problematic because it may leave cultural heritage out of the core climate change mitigation policies, where it rightfully belongs. Therefore, we need very close cooperation, which is happening here, and also cultural heritage professionals must proactively develop and implement strategies to contribute to climate action, even without a direct mandate from the state. By integrating cultural heritage into this global effort, we can demonstrate its continuing relevance and importance in addressing some of the world's most critical challenges. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any suggestions for Commission's decisions, please write. Thank you.
Thank you, Vilja. And yeah, you could pass it for our next presenter. And yes, really nice pictures from Coronian Spit. And now we will move for next 4 presentations, which will focus on different types of cultural heritage and the conservation challenges increasingly driven by climate change. And I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Viltė Janušauskaitė, Assistant Professor and Research at Vilnius University, one of the key initiators of Fixus Mobilis, preventive maintenance system, and a recent laureate of the UNESCO Women in Science Award. Since 2019, the Fixus Mobilis team has documented how climate change accelerates the decay of built heritage. Please welcome Viltė.
Thank you. Okay, so good afternoon. I'm really pleased to be here. I must confess in advance that what Agne kindly introduced at Fixus Mobilis, in fact, didn't carry any systematic research or monitoring. So I will share some more practical observations from our daily practice. And in a way, I'd say that in Lithuania and at Fixus as well, the situation is still as it was described by Hanna in Norway back in 2019, that like everyone agrees that something, that means climate change, is happening. It has a profound impact on our heritage buildings, but we have no measured numbers to prove it. So, but to start, the main issue probably is awareness. And according to statistics, I just said that we have no data, but in fact we have some data, but you know, there is a lie, heavy lie, and statistics. So according to one data set, Lithuania was titled the worst affected country in Europe, the worst affected by climate change. But on the other hand, there are also numbers like indicators, but there is data by the Ministry of Environment, the formal data, official data, but still the question is why people are not aware enough of climate change, and the answer probably lies in the fact that still there are some extreme events, but they are relatively rare, so it's like, you know, like crawling change, which is not that visible, and so the impact on public consciousness is relatively low still. Another thing is that not everything, in fact, is caused by the climate change. And that's an argument for skeptics of climate change, but it also reminds us working in the field that there should be some awareness and cautiousness when attributing changes to impacts to climate change. That's a real story. Back in 2016, there was an intern in Lithuania coming via international exchange program operated by US ICOMOS, and I had a privilege to host her. And besides her daily tasks, she also had to write a small report and do presentation after coming back to the US regarding the climate change and world heritage in the region, and especially in Lithuania. And back in 2016, I must admit, there was no data and there was no awareness. I mean, like several years on, the situation is completely different, if not ideal so far. But so she asked it in Lithuania, she traveled to Estonia and asked one member of Estonian ICOMOS about the climate change in Estonia, and she got an answer, oh, we are very glad about the climate change. It means lower heating bills, and also, finally, we are expecting to have proper summers in Estonia. So, of course, that's an exaggeration, and it was a joke, but still it shows that the awareness was extremely low at the time. So what she did, she tried to look for information herself, and the next year, me coming to the Washington, D.C., and seeing the exhibition from the interns from the previous years, and I see her presentation saying that climate change in Lithuania is causing floods. The only issue is that Lithuanians know that very well. That's not climate change. I mean, these floods were happening at least several hundred years ago, before Industrial Revolution, etc. So that's a word of caution. And having said that, I must admit that the stage of research of the impact of climate change to the built heritage, it's still, at the very beginning, because. Absolutely, and what was already presented by Marile, the general research is ongoing, and there is some data and some solid data. Consciousness is rising, that's really improving, but there is still no dedicated research on cultural heritage. And the general emphasis in research and in action is on nature, natural values, on CO2 and energy efficiency. So one of the exceptions, of course, could be the CVI report that was already mentioned. But when we come to the general public, usually the effects of climate change are sometimes still associated with things like that, so that they impact traffic and they disturb city life for a while. This street had been reconstructed since, so that's really an archival photo, but it's real, that's not a Photoshop, if someone might ask. On the other hand, when I was mentioning that the climate change is often associated, and the reaction to the climate change is often reduced to the energy efficiency, and the saying old means cold is still very, very common in Lithuania. And there are some issues with actions required as well. Please put some insulation on the valued building. So is it acceptable or not? Probably not. So going forward to climate indicators, that's an old list, but I took it from the previous version of a climate document because these indicators were drawn in Vilnius back in 2007, so it's kind of local. Lithuanians can feel contributed. So, but they are similar everywhere. Out of these, I would say, talking about Lithuanian built heritage, probably atmospheric moisture in all its forms is the most significant one, the most impactful one. Also, of course, we see the effects of temperature change. Sea level rise is definitely, we were discussing during the break with Lina from the Coroni and Spit National Park, it's definitely there is impact, but in this small area of Lithuania, of course, that's a very important area, wind and climate and biological effects. Similar, if we take indicators from a guide to climate change impacts from Scotland Historic Environment, and I took it for comparison because we'll be working on that tomorrow in more details. So again, temperature, rainfall, extreme weather. Flooding, as I mentioned, probably still in Lithuania still not belongs to the category of climate change so far. Going to the practical part of the presentation, our observations at Fixus Mobilis. Fixus Mobilis is operating since the very end of 2019, but in fact our visits to the heritage sites began in early 2021. So now we have 4.5 years of practical experience and documenting these impacts. That's not a surprise. The main issue is definitely water in all the forms, including the ones that are not related to climate change, such as internal leakages, etc. But one of the first things, of course, that's a heavy rainfall, which is happening much more often than it used before. It's much more heavy with huge quantities of water going down in short period and causing, of course, a lot of damage to the facades, to the lower parts of a building, penetrating into the foundation, etc. That's especially complicated when we are talking about some, let's say, experimental designs, namely like modern architecture, starting with the interwar period, when these new heritage buildings, sometimes we have flat roofs, we have downpipes that are, or even gutters that are hidden in the structure, in the walls, and in case something bad happens, the consequences are much heavier in this case. Another thing which is the result of heavy rainfall is concerning traditional architecture. When the buildings, in most cases, these are homesteads or traditional single-family buildings, we do not have gutters. We never had, but in the case of heavy rainfall, that's the issue, because again, this huge amount of water is coming down, and it makes visible signs on the ground, and moreover, when it's a local flood, isn't it? And later on, that water, it has to come somewhere. Usually, it goes into the foundation. Another thing with moisture is elevated water table. Again, I must admit, this case, I'm not sure. As I mentioned, there is no solid research that could confirm that's the result of a climate change. Definitely in this church, that's Simnas church in Dzūkija region, the water table is elevated. But maybe it was like that 100 years ago. We don't know, we have no data. But still, the result is that there is a lot of biological growth on the facades, and especially, it's visible on the facades as well, but especially in the interior, it's very well visible, the damage of the salts. And the issue is that if we are not clean it all the time, the damage is just going up and damaging more and more areas. Biological growth is also visible on wooden buildings, because either that's rainwater, either that's elevated water table, there is increased humidity, and combine it with, let's say, northern facade with less light, with less sunlight, and combine it with high relative humidity, that growth is very prominent. And as you see here, it's quite fast as well. So you see the monument that was completely restored in 2016. And you see the environmental conditions. Yes, there are trees, but it's not that the monument is standing in the woods. But still, 7 years on, in 2023, that's a completely different statue. I mean, it's covered in all sorts of biological growth. But we can say, okay, that's a statue. Most of that growth is not that damaging. That's more of an aesthetical problem. But what can we do with roofings? Especially that's a straw roof. So that's, as you know, can imagine, that's a very favorable conditions for biological growth, because there is moisture, there is organic material to be turned into some certain kind of soil. So there are fertilizers, and yeah, and you have second roofing, not that it is needed. And of course, all sorts of plants that we shouldn't be growing on the roofs. Again, this is the photo to show the fast pace of the change, because okay, you can't see it's green, I can see that's a green net. Lithuanians are well aware of these nets, especially in Vilnius Old Town and other urban areas. it intends to mask the issue and to prevent serious injuries by catching some parts of masonry or plaster if it falls down. So, but when it was wrapped, of course, there were no trees inside. And now, let's say 1 year on, you already have a different situation. So, again, we go back to water, and biological growth also, that's a snowball effect, you know. There is humidity, there is biological growth, and in turn, it further increases the damages by blocking the gutters and letting the water flow where it shouldn't be flowing. And to show you, that's the result of 1 year, not 1 year, 1 winter. St. Casimir Church in Vilnius, the manager was really responsible, but they just overlooked this gutter for several months. So what happened? So it was freezed over, and probably it was blocked, so the ice just distorted the geometry of the downpipe, and in the next 4 cycles, it began the rainwater began or meltwater began to flow on the facade. And finally, that's not the issue of the gutter, not only the issue of the gutter, that's the issue of the facade, and it needs restoration. Again, 3-4 cycles, the same probably as everywhere in similar climate. So that's eroding masonry, eroding bricks, salts, etc. And similar processes happening with wood. So, like deterioration and chipping of paint, decay of timber, etc. But yeah, that would be happening without climate change as well, just now everything seems to be accelerated. And another hypothesis, we know from literature that in many countries there is such an issue as unstable soil due to freeze-thaw cycles, etc. There is no hard data proving that it could be the issue in Lithuania, but from practice, in recent years, there is definitely the increase of cases when masonry buildings start cracking. And moreover, combining with frequent freeze and thaw cycles, these issues will become more and more relevant and more prominent. Another biological effect caused by, in a way, by temperature and increased relative humidity in the environment, that's the invasion. It's not an invasion, we were always here, but still that's an intensity of the activities of wood-boring insects. But also, we must be careful. While they can stay active longer because the winters are mild, they do not freeze out in winter, but still, another important factor for that is heating and microclimate. People are heating the buildings much more than the standard of, let's say, 19th century. It was completely common to get up in the morning and to check if your water on the table has not freezed out. So, rot and mold of different types. Again, nothing new, but still increased. Wind, the issue, like indirect causes to buildings, so the danger of falling trees or branches, but also the threat for roofings. So that's probably the most famous case. That's Vilnius Cathedral in 2022, and no, that's not the work of some renovation. That's all done by wind in one day of very strong storm. At the time, it seemed that it's kind of an exception, but in practice of Fixus Mobilis, our colleagues, they often witness things like that. So it's relatively common. That's quite an impressive sound, and you see the roof is just trying to detach itself. And you can look at this one. It's at the first sight, it's less impressive. But when you see that all the roof, in fact, is moving, you can really see that that effect is massive. And if the roof was properly fixed, probably there wouldn't be a problem. But it lasted for many years and there were no issues. And now there are issues. So not everything is caused by the climate change. I must repeat, like, yes, all these changes would be happening without climate change as well, but they were not so damaging and so rapid. So everything is as usual, just a bit stronger. So there is climate change. There is. What are possible responses? Because in many cases, these time-perfect traditional design solutions no longer ensure effective preservation. So we can choose alterations or delay. So the issue is twofold. If we choose alterations, as was, for example, shown in Sweden, like changing the environment and lowering the street level, that's a big change. So that's lack of data, lack of methodology, lack of knowledge, lack of consensus of how to address these changes. What is the acceptable level to intervene regarding authenticity? And the delay, that's more, that's really easier solution, but it's not always effective enough. So probably we should change the name from preventive to intensive maintenance and try to delay the effects of climate change for the period of time. So thank you very much for your attention. And
thank you very much. And I would like to give a big thank for your team, for Fixus Mobilis, because I know that how much you're supporting our protected areas teams when they are looking for solutions how we could protect wooden buildings in protected areas in Svea Regional Park and other places. So thank you. Thanks for your team. So our next speaker is Elena Pranskėnaitė, archaeologist and research fellow at Klaipėda University, specializing in underwater and wetland archaeology. She actively surveys Lithuania's inland and coastal underwater heritage and participates in national and international projects, including UNESCO initiatives. Elena will discuss the importance of Lithuania's underwater culture heritage and the urgent need for systematic monitoring and targeted mitigation as a climate change and human activity increasingly threaten these sites. Elena, floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you for introduction. You said almost everything what I wanted to say, so I'll just repeat it one more time. As Vilde, I will continue talking about water. You didn't finish your presentation about water, but I will jump into water for at least 20 minutes for now. So for those who are not familiar with the Lithuanian waterscapes, I could say that Lithuanian waterscape is characterized by approximately 4,500 lakes and 63,000 kilometers of rivers, occupying about 1.5% of country's territory and extending along 90 kilometers of the Baltic Sea coastline. For those from Scandinavian countries, it looks really, really small patch of Baltic Sea we do have in our country. But the majority of this landscape was shaped during the last glacier, particularly at its maximum extent. Features such as sandy coastline, dunes, Curonian spit, ravine and kettle lake, swampy areas, the Curonian lagoon, and large, some small and swift-moving rivers define the region's diverse hydrological environment. While underwater archaeology in Lithuania has been developing since the late 80s, during surveys of inland waters and the Baltic Sea, numerous artifacts and remains of underwater sites have been uncovered. Currently, the distribution of these sites is depicted in this map I am showing you, which illustrates only those sites who are listed in the Register of Cultural Properties. The majority of these sites are shipwrecks located in the Lithuanian territorial waters of the Baltic Sea. A few sites you see in the eastern part of our country have been listed in inland waters, including settlement, bridges, and burial grounds. In the broader context of all archaeological sites registered in Lithuania as immovable cultural properties, underwater sites constitute only a relatively very small proportion. You will see it later by my colleague. She will show how many archaeological objects we do have in Lithuania. So this is a list. Just you see the, how do you call it? Illustration. So you see settlements, shipwrecks, ports, and some bridges. So that's all we have, that's all underwater archaeological objects we do have in Lithuania, which are registered in our cultural properties. But this map shows much more potential in this case. So in the eastern region of Lithuania is characterized by the highest concentration of lakes and rivers, has been the focus of ecological service and devout ecological service since 80s. Over these years, surveys have been conducted covering approximately 100 lakes or river sections. Throughout this period, various methodologies, of course, have been employed and technical bases have been continuously updated, particularly through the integration of remote sensing techniques, which enable the surveying of larger areas within the shorter time frames. Multiple sources for this surveys also were used, with the local residents and recreational divers proving to be particularly valuable and successful sources of data. As a result, there are currently around 50 and a little bit more known underwater archaeological sites in Lithuanian inland waters. These sites vary in type, as illustrated in this map. You see it's listed down there, and they date from a Mesolithic period till the beginning of the 20th century. This is a map from which was compiled in 2022, and it shows the Baltic Sea situation. As if you do remember the map before that, we see how many objects are protected by a state here in the Baltic Sea, and here we do have a situation about the known objects or possible objects of anthropogenic objects in the Baltic Sea in our exclusive economic zone. And this map is provided by Maritime Safety Administration, which makes survey every year, especially while doing the bathymetric surveys of the Baltic Sea bottom. So many of these dots are still waiting for their identification, research, and assessment by cultural heritage specialists and archaeologists. As I mentioned briefly earlier, these are the pictures and the types of the underwater archaeological objects we have in the Lithuanian Sea, Baltic Sea, lakes, and rivers. Some are already listed, as I mentioned, in the Register of Cultural Properties, but majority of these objects, relate to the water transportation, including shipwrecks, boats, and logboats. Additionally, submerged settlements, whether fully or partially underwater, include lake dwellings and island settlements. There are also stationary fishing sites in rivers, fish weirs, as well as burial grounds, isolated human remains, and remains of the bridges. In the context of the climate change, it is crucial to emphasize the materials constituting these sites. Primarily, it is organic materials such as wood, as well some of the metal objects are also known from our waters. Many of these sites are situated at the depths ranging from 1.5 till 15 meters, with some located in a coastal zone. And in deeper parts of the Baltic Sea, shipwreck shipwrecks and other objects can be found in a depth reaching up to 40 meters. The extent of research conducted in these sites varies significantly. Some have been thoroughly excavated, yielding detailed information, while others remain relatively unexplored, with only preliminary data regarding their dating, specific or potential spatial distribution is known. Talking about underwater cultural heritage, so the primary international framework for the protection of underwater archaeological heritage implemented through Lithuanian law is the UNESCO Convention on the Protection of the Underwater Cultural Heritage, which was made in 2001. The importance of joining this convention was already emphasized in 2003 by all the Baltic states, but till now only Lithuania and Estonia ratified this convention, 2001 convention, so Latvia is still delaying the ratification. And there are main documents which are involved now in a Lithuanian, like a national law concerning cultural heritage, underwater cultural heritage. So this operational guidelines, which were translated into Lithuanian language, and also according to the, or following the rules of this 2001 convention, methodology for protection of the objects registered as immovable cultural properties was prepared and accepted in 2020. So why I am mentioning this document, the last one, this methodology, it's important because of the one thing. If we are jumping a little bit further concerning the monitoring of the underwater sites. So in this case, when the recreational divers want to visit protected underwater cultural heritage object, just to see it, we need to get a permission. And after getting this permission, we have to come back with a report where all the, they should provide photos and describe a physical appearance of that underwater site. So this information, if it's going to happen much more often, we do not have so many of these cases yet, but in monitoring the climate change and underwater cultural heritage, this thing can serve getting more information while seeing what is changing and how it's rapidly changing. And one more thing also, which is really important to mention, is that the significance of this UNESCO 2001 convention is seen in this slide, how it involved archaeologists and officers from a cultural heritage to pay more attention to the underwater cultural heritage. We see here that before the ratification of the 2001 convention, we had only 5 sites which were registered as immovable cultural properties. So after 2009, when this Lithuania ratified this convention, the number tripled. It's not a big number, but still, if you count it, it's much more than 3 times. We have now objects protected from underwater. And you see the different types of it, of the sites which are protected now. Well, I'm really running out of time, but shortly I just wanted to show you how we know what's happening in a Baltic Sea, in our region, with concerning the climate change. So we do not have so much data from Lithuanian authorities, let's say. So this climate change in the Baltic Sea fact sheet, which was provided by Helsinki Commission or Baltic Marine Environment Protection Commission, shows a lot of facts which could be, which leads us to think about what can happen in our waters. So you see here and a lot of factors which were mentioned today many times, so it's nothing new. But here we're dealing with the water, so we have to take into account with the water temperature, storms, heavy wind, rivers run off, carbon uptakes, and sea ice sheet melting, and others. So also listing those parameters, direct parameters, this climate change in the Baltic Sea fact sheet also predicted what can happen in, for example, in 2100. So here we have also the listed indirect parameters which concern oxygens, microbiological communities, other processes who can affect underwater cultural heritage. I'm not going to show it to you, read it to you, but it can be really easily found online. And coming to the indirect parameters like a human use, which is really also very important for the underwater cultural heritage, talking not only about the sea, also about inland waters, because sea also affects it. So here we see the offshore wind farms, which are going to be built more and more often, and the prediction is that it's going to be more of them because we will need energy from offshore farms, coastal protection with the eroding banks and shores, also shipping, fisheries because of the melting ice. We have a longer period for the fisheries and the trawling, also marine litter, tourism, and all the other things who can affect the underwater cultural heritage. Here is the diagram prepared by Dr. Colin Breen, and it was presented this year in 2025 in UNESCO. It's called the UNESCO White Paper, Underwater Cultural Heritage, Climate Change, Adaptation and Mitigation. So I'm not going into details, but here with the third diagram, you see here the really frightful sentences like damage or loss, damage or loss, and damage or loss. So a lot of these things are damaging or can cause total loss of the underwater cultural heritage. I think you can, I hope you could read it, but it's a flooding, a drought, storms, erosion, and all the other, of course, human activities. Also, Dr. Breen suggests some measures for adaptation and mitigation also, which also are known for every other cultural heritage, like planning, policy development, documentation, and so on. Talking about underwater archaeology, I just put this slide just to show that it's not only damage or difficulties can occur on the remains of the underwater objects, but also the climate change also changes a little bit methodology or methods which could be used underwater. It's connected to water level rise. So we have, in some places, we have to, for example, diving, when the object now is deeper because of the risen water, we can spend less time underwater. For example, prospection doesn't work because of the bigger depth. Also, sediment modification because of the powerful storms can mix up the stratigraphy, which is crucial for example, for archaeological sites to understand it, the processes. Also, temperature rise is also affecting with the chemical changes. So we see a really important thing is eutrophication. A lot of other growth in the water and on the shores really affects the sites under it, and also working conditions in the underwater archaeology. So you can see here, visibility is crucial, and it's really makes big difference when you can see underwater and when you cannot make methodological excavation, for example. And also I would like to just say one more thing. It's about this shipworm, or called Teredo navalis, which can occur also in our northern shore because of the rising temperatures. This guy, this worm, likes more warmer, and it depends on the salinity, but the predictions is that it will not come to our waters, Lithuanian shore, for a while, but still it can happen, and this shipworm really destroys a lot of, and destroyed already a lot of, for example, wooden shipwrecks in the south and west Baltic Sea. So just some examples which I wanted to say, emphasizing that there are no research done on this theme, how climate change can, how we can see it in our cultural heritage underwater in Lithuania. So I just found few examples. So here we have a 2013 on the left picture, which shows a logboat quite nicely preserved from a Bronze Age in a river, and just after 5 years apart in 2018, we see just a small piece of it left because of erosion and a rapid speed of the small rivers because of the storms and bigger precipitation, bigger rains. Down we also have a wooden shipwreck. It's in Kaunas near Aleksotas Bridge. It's not listed in a cultural register of cultural properties, but we have changing situation. So in 1 year, this shipwreck is exposed to the sun, it's out of the water. Next year, he's underwater, it is underwater, and so on and so on. So all these changes really affect, because it's a wooden shipwreck, and we need to solve this kind of problem somehow, or just let's begin talking about them for a while. So this is a picture also showing an example about a visibility change. It's due to eutrophication. So this is a remains of a Middle Ages ship bridge in Plateliai Lake. We see a photo from 2011, and intentionally I left this photo from 2025 blank because it could not be done because of the visibility. And the divers who died there, I asked them for a picture, and they said we didn't take it because, well, you cannot see too much. So it's not accident, it's just left blank in purpose. Another big problem or a thing or a action we see connected with the underwater archaeological objects in our region, in Lithuanian territory. So this is shipwrecks which are in a contact zone on a seashore, which can be washed out during big storms, or they can be uncovered from a sand due to water level change, bank erosions, shore erosions, or also big storms. So this is a sad story of some of the shipwrecks, and some of them, this one example from bottom, it was brought to the Lithuanian Sea Museum, the things which were left, the planks which were left from it, because it was such a big change, and only a few documentation could be made for this shipwreck. But anyway, it's saved for other scientific research. But anyway, you can see the problem here, especially in a contact zone in our sandy shores of the Baltic Sea. I have 20 seconds, but shortly, I just want to pay attention not only about the heritage, which is underwater, but also to the wetland sites, which are also very, very important for our knowledge about prehistory. And here's an example of a human use and construction things, in construction action in these sites. So it's this wetland settlement is a very big one, Šventoji settlement, which has many, many sites which are preserved in wetland conditions. So we have it from the Stone Age till the Bronze Age, and as you see here in the picture, the most material from those sites are organic ones. So changing water level and also the human impact on it. Here in this orthophoto, I don't know if you do see it, but so this is just a building construction here, and in 20 years you see that all the middle part of this protected zone is full of houses, and all this construction, they interrupt the regime of the water. So these remains, wooden remains or organic artifacts can be in danger, but the thing is, we do not make any research on that. We do not measure levels of the wetlands, and it is really, really important to take into account and to start thinking about it while we do have what to think. So, and some of the discussion conclusions I would like to draw, but all the known facts about the climate change in the Baltic region and the Baltic Sea and the resulting predictions draw attention to the issue of the underwater cultural heritage. The current actions related to accessing the impact of climate change on underwater heritage in Lithuania are based on international commitments, conventions, and the experiences of the foreign countries. The current data indicates that in the absence of extensive research, the most significant impact on underwater cultural heritage objects located in the coastal zone is caused by continuously changing water levels and erosion. The inland waters are experiencing eutrophication and sudden water level fluctuations which significantly alter water visibility and complicate research and exploration efforts. Additionally, there is observable change in the coastline and the bottom of the water bodies. An important factor, in my opinion, is enlisting of known underwater heritage objects into the Register of Cultural Property, along with a systematic survey and documentation of underwater heritage sites. And the most important steps aim at minimizing potential losses, monitoring, as it was mentioned many times before, comprehensive documentation and collection of maximum scientific data, and protection of underwater cultural heritage policy development. Thank you.
Thank you, Elana, for giving us excursion underwater world, actually. And now we have under coffee time, which is actually for 20 minutes. And don't forget to ask questions, because we will have soon discussion, and you could ask questions during the Slido, or you could just say and raise your hand during the discussion. So thank you, Elana, once again, and let's have a coffee break.
And water.
here when autumn is really nice outside, but I think that you will have enough time to just to enjoy evening in Sapiega's castle, sorry, in Sapiega's yeah. Palace. Thank you very much. I'm just lack of words already. And for who are first time here, especially Lithuanians, because I think that our guest has less time to be here, for whom you still don't know that in the corner of the Sapiega's garden, we have a National Visitor Center of Protected Areas on Taklino Street 25. So please welcome to visit on your free time when you want to explore something new in Vilnius. Okay, let's move forward, and we will have another presentation about cultural landscape. And the presentation is prepared by Professor Ričardas Skorupskas, geographer and landscape management expert, and his colleague, Professor Gintautas Stankunavičius, climatologist and head of the Department of Hydrology and Climatology. And Gintautas will deliver the talk about the threats to cultural landscape and the importance of understanding these systems to prevent future degradation. So, please, Gintautas.
Hello, do you hear me well? So, thank you for introduction. As you heard, I'm climatologist and know almost nothing about landscape, heritage, protection policy. So, if you are going to ask me questions, let's all climate-related questions address to me. All other, you see another guy. Okay? But I try to do my best talking about landscape, cultural landscape. And if you want to know what kind of expert I am, I can speak hours about weather and climate extremes, climate anomalies, development, predictability, many other things, almost climate change and climate models. So, our talk will spin around geographical things, mean classification, mapping, examples, and also about climate extremes. First of all, my colleague made a classification of cultural landscapes. As you see, 3 types, very simple classification. First type is highly protected, mounts or hill forests, as they called. They were protected already in Soviet times. And the other type, opposite, is almost nothing interesting, is agricultural, intensive agricultural lands, which are plain, owned by large landowners, and has almost no importance. And the second part is something intermediate between them, as you see. The second step was a mapping of some features of cultural landscape concerning archaeological aspects, heritage aspects, UNESCO sites, also recreational. And when we match all together, we got a very sophisticated picture. You see some areas of intensive color, some shadowing, hatched areas, and as area is more intense in color, it means higher importance for our cultural landscape. And according to all these steps, some 5, I think, yes, 5 big areas were defined where importance of cultural landscape was defined as, as recreational potential, as landscape scenery, and according other features. And you see some parts in eastern Lithuania where is located our national, Aukštaitijos National Park, Southern Lithuania, Samogitian Upland, and Curonian Lagoon, Curonian Spit. Finally, when we took all together, we got some map of areas of high visual and aesthetic value, and also here you see with some areas with very intense colors and less intense colors, and all these, so say, high importance areas are located in hilly region, and almost no importance you see in the middle of Lithuania, northern Lithuania, and southwestern part of Lithuania. Now let's try to talk about climate change. I saw today already some of you talk about these 5 categories, and these categories hide below or under some specific features. If you want, I can run very quickly about all these types of climate features like temperature, precipitation, weather extremes, landslides and erosion, and floods and sea level rise. If we go from down to top, sea level rise is very negligible, but it's very sensible when we have storms. And our port inhabitants know very well when we have strong storms, the same magnitude of storm has bigger impact as was 20 or 30 years ago. And floods, we have almost no spring runoff floods now. No snow, no permanent snow cover, no frozen soil. Our spring runoff floods move to winter months and decrease in magnitude, and almost unimportant. So, because of this shift, we have early spring droughts, which never were observed before, especially in April, never was observed before. Landslides, our slopes are not very steep, and hilly region is not very high, so we cannot speak about significant landslide, but I will show some examples at the end of presentation. Most important or most interesting is extreme weather, which hide a lot of phenomena. And sometimes we talk about storms, yes, but storms could be windstorms, like produced by intensive and deep cyclones in wintertime or autumn time, and convective storms, which are usually summertime phenomena and related to intensive convection, heavy rainfall, sometimes squalls, and even rare tornadoes. Now, precipitation. Precipitation, yes, it changes, and I saw in some slides that somebody declared that precipitation will increase. But now we already observe that precipitation patterns on spatial and temporal scale changes. We have more precipitation in winter, but this precipitation is liquid. It has no impact on soil moisture in springtime. And it has big impact on trees growth and trees diseases. And for example, in summertime, we have more extreme precipitation, but not uniformly distributed across the territory. So some areas has insufficient moisture, another surplus moisture. And finally, temperature. Temperature, all you know that temperature is rising. It's okay, it's rising. We had more heat waves. The frequency of heat waves increased maybe twice during the last 50 years, but we have also tropical nights, which is best precursor of droughts. So heat waves, with tropical nights, it accelerates drought development. And dry periods are now more frequent than 30 years ago, maybe twice or maybe third time. And also we have late frost now. Vegetation season starts maybe 20 days earlier than was before, 20 or 30 years before. And the vegetation starts to grow. And for example, in this year, in the beginning of May, we had in some places -10 on the ground. It made a big damage for not only for agricultural plants, but also for coniferous trees. Good, let's go further. How we can detect changes in landscape, in cultural landscape, if we have no monitoring sites and monitoring system. The best technique is probably photography. It could be personal photography, aerial photography, even Google Maps from satellite. In some cases, when we have big areas, damaged areas, and if we do in different seasons, some things with the same amount of light, at the same elevation of light, with the same sky conditions, we can do some good conclusions for our landscape changes. What are the long-term effects of these climate-induced changes? First of all, we have tree diseases or some pests who attack the trees, and the biggest problem we have is with the spruce. I can't read this Latin name, it's quite hard for me. But it's typical of spruce, and I saw that the same problem in all the Central Europe, up to the Bavarian pre-Alpine mountains. But the best place where spruce I still feel good is Switzerland, because the middle altitude in this country is much higher. And spruce are dying in some areas, as I read in forestry-related reports. In some areas, almost 80% of old spruce already died. The better conditions with pine, but in some areas in Lithuania, especially in southern Lithuania, we have monoculture, pine forests, which also were highly affected. Mixed forests is more or less, seems to be stable. Also under the danger is relict agroforestry areas, which you see here. But I could say I don't know much about that. Let's go to the extreme weather. Here you see the last year devastating windstorm, but not windstorm, it's convective storm, which was observed in northern Lithuanian sites and southern Latvian sites. And somebody said that it probably tornado, but nobody observed tornado, because tornado have tube form, let's say, visual appearance, but nobody saw. And according to my experience, it could be very strong squall, up to 30, 35 meters per second, but very short, but very damaging. And recovery from such storms is very slow and painful, I guess. Also, you see probably the example from this park is from the last year. Also from the last year's storm, and you see how how it looks all trees after such a storm. And no active or efficient protective measures we can apply. And these climate extremes working together shifted precipitation patterns, increased temperature, mild winters, no snow cover conditions, together are favors for trees health, for decreasing of trees health, and diminishing their resistance to climate change effect. Another problem is urban areas, urban landscapes. You know that urban areas are full of artificial surfaces. It could be concrete, asphalt pavement, roofs, what else? Decreased underwater moisture, some salty waters which can affect tree roots during winter road maintenance. And in our urban area, we have larger effect of climate change factors. For example, during this workshop, I had that mitigation and adaptation measures in Vilnius, if I had correctly, in Vilnius, Old Town Central part is normal, it's good. But now I lead some small scientist group in the Horizon project. We focus on pluvial floods. Pluvial flood means not river-induced floods, but floods induced by heavy rains, torrent rains, very short-lived and high intensity. And when we started to analyze data, we saw that even after some changes in changing pipes, changing collectors, building new accumulation basins, the heavy rains still in such city like Vilnius can bring very big losses. And you saw probably the picture from Geležinio Vilko Street, yes, right? Who presented? I don't remember. Yes, Narbuto, yeah? But the same is in Geležinio Vilko Street also. And only we already implement this project the 4th year, but fortunately or not, we hadn't devastating pluvial flood. Not in all, but in some places in Lithuania, we had already in Klaipėda, in Western Lithuania, probably in Panevėžys and some other smaller towns we already had, but in Vilnius not, still. And probably you heard about last year, October, devastating flood in Valencia metropolitan area. And we invite to talk one professor from Valencia Polytechnical University, and he said that devastating flood has return period as 3,000 years, as once in 3,000 years. So instrumental meteorological period lasts only 200 years, but according to their estimation, such intensive and large floods can occur only once in 3,000 years. So no other measures they implement before and felt safe. As he said, all municipality heads felt safe. They did everything for city health, but such intensive rain during 1.5 day but affects even human lives and big losses in property and infrastructure. So if we start to think about such intensity rains in Vilnius, also we can expect very big damages. In central part, where building density is very high and still increasing, and green areas shrinking. And finally, we have two examples. You see, one is from Gediminas Castle Mount, another in Tauragė region. It's two landslides. One is fully artificial in Gediminas slide. Probably you heard a history about what was the start. The start was made in 2009 when some heritage experts with some big team, not only heritage specialists, but also geologists and some other, I don't know, they decided to remove all trees from this hill. And 8 years, they have good result, good scenery from many sites, but in 2017 was very humid year, especially in summer and autumn months, and landslides start to move. The second time was 2018 and 2022, and they invest probably few $100,000 of euros and maybe more, I don't know exactly, I'm not sure, and still they cope with such an effect. And another more natural, which starts during winter 2023 in, let's say, not very urbanized territory, but due to very intensive rain in November and January. And there was probably a twofold effect of river washing the coast part and probably some under street or underway constructions which were not prone for such an amount of rain. That's almost all. I don't know if oh, sorry. I don't know if it was interesting for you, but I did my best.
Thank you very much. So I think that we will meet Gintautas and Richardas in our discussion after two presentations, and I think that we will continue discussion because hill forts actually were without trees during history, so maybe it's not bad that we cut down them. Okay, we will discuss that. I know that it's risk. Okay, so thank you very much again, and we will move to our next presentation. And the wood carvings are important part of Lithuanian cultural heritage, with cross-crafting included in UNESCO representative list of intangible cultural heritage. And these outdoor wooden artworks are especially vulnerable to environmental impact, raising the question of how to preserve them in their authentic settings. And the next presentation will reflect the work of polychrome wood restorers and conservation scientists from Pranas Gudinas Restoration Center, and please welcome Erika Vilkinytė, who will share the insights. Welcome.
So hello everyone, it's an honor to be here, and I present you the most common damages of the wooden outdoor sculptures and main conservation processes. And I would like to begin with introduction of different wooden artwork types. So, wooden artworks takes an important place in the cultural heritage of Lithuania. Outdoor sculptures include chapels, crosses, roof pillars, and chapel pillars that were built on the roadsides, and near houses for various occasions. We can be proud that in order to preserve this Lithuanian tradition, it was inscribed in 2008 on the UNESCO representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity. We also will be talking about wooden sculptures on churches' facades. There you can see Kvietkai Church with a Saint John Nepomuk sculpture on its pedestal. And we will be talking about the sculpture damages and restoration a bit furthermore. We also mention a different wooden monuments with sculpture decor. Like there's also like tombstones or decorative wooden sculptures and etc. And there you can see the memorial to famous Lithuanian artist Čiurlionis. Sculptures were often carved from linen wood because this wood is soft and easy to carve. Sculptures that was created for decorating church facades or the crosses were often carved from coriferous wood or oak wood. The sap in coriferous wood protects the wood from humidity, while oak wood is very dense and strong and resistant to atmospheric impact. This means that when choosing the type of the wood carver, our lady was thinking about longevity of the artwork. Wooden artworks will often polychromed, varnished, or coated with other finishes. Such a decoration partly protects the wood, but it also plays an important role as an aesthetic or iconographic point of view. And now we will discuss the factors that cause wood to decay, and let's start with the biological factors. Wood components are cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. These materials are food for biological organisms. Biodestructors can play an important role in nature by breaking down everything that falls, which is natural cycle of the wood. During evolution, humans learned how to use the wood for their needs, like building houses and making tools, and also making art. However, once the tree cut down, the process of microbiological destruction begins. The human desire to preserve objects of art seems to contradict the laws of nature. The most damage to wood structure caused by bacteria, microfungi, higher fungi, leeches, and entomological pests. Fungi destructive impact can be mechanically and biochemically. The hive of the wood-destroying fungi produce enzymes that break down the cells of the wood and turning them into substances that fungi can't feed on. And then wood became soft. And there we can see an example of sculpture assembly called seasons. Sculptures were exhibited in the nature and were infected by the fungi. You can see, they are growing out of it. Which completely destroyed the interior of the sculpture, but the layer of paint and varnishes kept the wall shape of the sculpture. Damage went unnoticed for a very long time when one of the sculptures completely lost mechanical strength and fell over. Due to the spread of the infection, it was impossible to restore the sculpture. One stage of wood decay is rot. Fungi usually cause two types of rot. There is white and brown rot, and the photos shows examples of the brown rot. Softwood became more accessible to the entomological pests, and wood-destroying insects lay their eggs in softened wood, and larvae gnaws away tunnels in weakening structure even more. And the growing problem is that climate change is encountering the spread of invasive organisms that can damage wooden structure. This tendency is likely to intensify in upcoming decades. The biological deterioration of the wooden artworks may require a new research. And there is another important factor, wood-destroying factor, is humidity. The most important cause of wood deformation is a change of wood volume due to humidity fluctuation. In dry environment, wood dries out and shrinks. When absorbing humidity, wood becomes wet and expands. The parameters of the wood volume constantly change depending on the humidity and of the environment. This is an unstoppable process. The lower part of the sculptures where humidity accumulated the most is the particularly rotten and crumbling away. As you can see in the picture, the upper part of the sculpture is relatively well, but the lower part is practically damaged and has crumbled away over time. When precipitation falls on the sculpture for the long time, wood inside rots, so the figure became hollow. This happens to the sculpture of Saint Agatha, you see in the slide, which stood on the roof of the chapel. Now the sculpture is kept indoors, and the newly carved copy stands in its old place. The wood carvings often came into direct contact with the soil. Crosses often simply buried in the ground, where processes of the wood decay occurs much faster. When a constant contact with increased humidity, wood rots and broken down by organisms in the soil. The photos show wood carver, crossed by wood carver Matas Gurskis. This one photo is from interwar period, and this photo is from today. So when the lower part rotted away, the cross was reburied, and large part of the stem with ornamental carvings. It's about a quarter of whole cross size, and the markings show the defined remaining parts of the cross. So in this slide you can see the same cross, bottom part that was buried in the ground. As you can see, the wood lost its structure and is crumbling. The small carved details are particularly sensitive to the environment. When damaged by humidity, they often loosen, break off, or even get lost. The photo shows a cross by wood carver Antanas Soroka that was restored in our center a few years ago. Outdoor conditions also severely damaged the paint and ground layer in other themes, polychromy. Due to wood deformation, the bond between polychromy and the wood weakens. It gradually flakes off. Over time, the binding materials age, causing them to lose their strength and became brittle. The sculptures that was placed inside the chapels are in better conditions. Their state significantly differs from wooden carvings that were outside. The wood less decayed and the polychromy has been better preserved. When polychromy chipped away or faded, wooden artworks were repeatedly repaired. Frequently repainted was not done professionally, and the color modeling of the sculptures became distant from the original image, with paint applied to the broken and destroyed wood. The photo shows roughly overpainted sculpture. In this case was used aluminum powder that was intended for painting radiators, so the stars and the face. When sculptures outside began to decay, metal sheets were often nailed to the upper parts of the sculptures in order to protect from precipitation. The photo shows a fragment of the sculpture that was on the pediment of church. Tin biretta was made during the renovation. So can you see the other signs of restorations besides the biretta? So as you see, the face is also overpainted, but the beard also overpainted with the same color. Severely damaged sculptures are usually conserved. That means we remove factors that damage artworks, consolidate the structure of artworks or of works, and remaining authentic fragments. When treating sculptures, we often encourage damaged and altered wood structures. Depending on the degree of decay, certain polymers dissolved in solvents are selected to consolidate the damaged wood. Consolidation process is long and requiring multiple applications until the decayed wood is fully consolidated. Between applications, the wood must dry completely, so the excess moisture doesn't make the wood swell. Remaining polychromy is usually very fragile and has lifted from the support. We also need to consolidate it and glue it to the base. Consolidant is applied with a fine brush, and multiple applications are necessary. Deeper cracks in wood are also filled. This protects the wood from dust, dirt, further humidity damage, and also gives a sense of harmonious view. If sculpture does not stand or is unstable, we usually make a stable supporting structure. So this slide shows an example of sculpture with a stable base. As you see, it is important because the sculpture is very high. So the question is, can conserved wood sculptures be placed outdoors? From restorer's perspective, we don't recommend to place restored sculptures outdoors. However, there can be different restoration projects, protective solutions, like lifting the sculpture from the ground. In this case, it prevents the wood from coming into direct contact with the soil. And there is another example of wooden sculptures being displayed outdoors. In this case, they are under the roof, so they are partly exposed to the direct precipitation. And if a wooden sculpture is inseparable from its surroundings, a replica made of wood or other materials may be built as an alternative. And when restoring and preserving cultural heritage, all conservation processes and materials must follow conservation principles. The principle of reversibility allows the conservator to use materials and methods that can be removed without damaging an object, either now or in the future. The principle of stability, the conservator must use extremely stable materials that will not change or alter the artwork for the long time after conservation. So leaving conserved wooden artwork outdoors, we are encouraging encounter accelerated processes of destruction. We leave it to be taken by the nature of cycle. We will not find any material that would completely stop these processes and ensure the preservation of the work. We recommend to move it indoors where we can ensure the regulated environment conditions like appropriate temperature, humidity, protection from insects, microorganisms, and direct sunlight. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Erika, very much for your presentation. Don't forget that you could ask questions in Slido. And now we have our final speaker, Agnė Žilinskaitė. She is archaeologist, lecturer at Vilnius University and project manager at the Kernavė State Cultural Reserve with experience in over 150 heritage projects. And her presentation will explore how climate change and human activities impact archaeological sites, focusing on the UNESCO-listed Kernavė and hill forts in their natural landscapes. Welcome, Agnė.
Good afternoon. First of all, I have two good news for you. So first, that is the last paper for today. And the second is that after all the long papers, we can probably all agree is that the climate change puts archaeological remains at risk for sure. So let's begin. For the beginning, we have a little bit more than 3,000 archaeological heritage objects listed in the Register of Cultural Property. It's about 10% of the total number of immovable cultural heritage objects, which consist of the more than 26,000 unique objects in the same list. And all the territories of the state-protected archaeological heritage objects covers around 1.5% of the whole Lithuanian territory. As you can see, the number of archaeological heritage consists of various region-specific archaeological objects. It can be easily observed that the hill forts, ancient settlements, as well as different kind of burial places are the most numerous types. In the context of today's topic, it is important to mention that in the light of climate change, Lithuanian archaeological heritage is essentially examined only in terms of a few types of stand out visually from the landscape, and those objects which are most easily recognizable and visually accessible as hill forts, burial mounds, and several others. However, most of the valuable archaeological layers are underground, and the impact of these global processes can only be theorized, and more detailed research in this area is not being conducted unless there is obvious damage. Archaeological research is recently mostly funded by the holders prior to or during construction works, development, laying communications. These research are in the most cases of small extent, and their results add a minimum value to accounting of the archaeological heritage. And scientific academic research makes only up to 10% of the whole number, so this percentage also does not reflect the real need and opportunities for the resultative scientific research. It must be acknowledged that archaeological heritage has unique characteristics that distinguish it from the other categories of heritage. Usually does not stand out from its surroundings, and it always leads to the higher risk of damage, consists of both movable and immovable objects. Context is more important than the objects themselves. It cannot be restored. If if it is destroyed, we completely lose unique information. And it does not have a direct link to the present as memorial or historical heritage. It significantly complicates the understanding of its value, and it becomes more difficult to understand and communicate about it. And usually working with and communicating archaeological heritage requires specific knowledge or even education. So let's move to the key study of today. UNESCO World Heritage Site Kernavė, archaeological site, is a key study. So this site is unique. This site with a unique collection of cultural heritage objects that represent more than 11 millennia of human settlements in the region. This site is characterized by a harmony with the natural environment and reveal how it was changed by the community during the time. There is total number of 21 immovable cultural properties, and this number, of course, is still rising every year. Over 40,000 exhibits were found in the territory, and now you can see it in the museum, at the Museum of Archaeological site in Kernavė. In the area, we have 8 types of natural habitats approved as a part of the European Ecological Network Natura 2000. Number of immovable cultural properties is 21, as I told. And if you look closer to this number, you will notice that the most of them is archaeological sites, archaeological objects. Visually, we can identify only hill forts and several other objects which are not archaeological types and built several centuries ago. Most of the heritage we cannot even notice in the landscape because it's simply underground. In order to assess the current management situation of the site and better understand the possible impact of various factors of its OUV, a strategic method of SWOT analysis was used. This is the part of the management plan which was prepared and adopted only last year. The following areas of SWOT analysis were formed, highlighting the challenge of the climate change too. The main strengths are related to the fact that it is truly protected and well-coordinated area in terms of management. However, when it comes to climate change, some fairly pragmatic weaknesses have been identified too. One of most important is ambiguous attitude of scientific society and state institutions toward the climate change processes. This often influences decisions and priorities related to the investigation and preservation of at various levels. Naturally, this has led to several new initiatives, which you can see on your left. However, I would like to illustrate in more detail the main threats that we identified not only in SWOT analysis, but are also relevant on the daily basis even now. So one of the main threats to the preservation of the site is natural destructive processes. They are easily influenced by changes of natural environment as temperature, precipitation, water level, and other related phenomena, such as invasive species, for example. However, we can please that the anthropogenic activities that have a negative impact are minimal. The State Cultural Reserve of Kernavė has a regulated visitor flow, and the public tourism infrastructure, desire path do not contribute to the erosion. The site is also close to all economical activities, and so on. To deal with the factors of natural origin is simply difficult. Climate change is having an obvious and increasingly effect on hill forts, as changing environmental conditions are threatening the structure. Heavy rainfall and frequent freeze-thaw cycles easily cause slope erosion and landslides, resulting in the loss of archaeological layers as well as the general shape of these objects. As the climate warms, plant species, especially invasive ones, spread and their roots destabilize the soil too. Flooding and rising groundwater levels can also erode the bases of the hill forts, while increased visitor number causes further damage. These threats are all equally relevant to all archaeological sites which have steep slopes consisting of fill or natural layers. It is important to note at this point that this is not a new phenomenon, and some cases are known from written sources dating back several hundred years ago. However, their frequency and scale have clearly changed significantly over the last few decades. During the last 4 decades, 11 notable cases of damages of the slopes of 2 Kernavė hill forts have been recorded. Since 1985, maintenance of hill forts carried out and 6 projects for the elimination of the threats have been implemented. In such cases, more than one methodology is applied to the management of hill forts, but all of them are essentially temporary or just preventive, and without an implementation of fundamental solutions, the threats remain ever present. Various atmospheric factors gradually change the mechanical and physical properties of the geological layers. The change in the natural structure of the sediments poses a constant landslides in this case. The excess water leads to increased hydrodynamic pressures on the slopes, which leads to extremely rapid landslides. The latter are seen as dynamic phenomena, ground vibrations, which also have a negative impact on the stability of the layers. Given the geological structure of the hill forts, atmospheric factors cause solifluction. It is also important that the cores of the hill forts, natural soils, are overlain by cultural layers, which are less stable and usually go down. The fact that hill forts are most vulnerable to changing climatic conditions is evidenced by a number of other similar examples in Lithuania. However, it is important to keep in mind that the erosion of hill forts is influenced by both changes in atmospheric factors and often the natural topographical situation itself. For example, the slopes are washed away by riverbeds and other examples. One of the most typical situations requiring constant attention is alien or invasive plants. Kernavė contains low-value box elder plantings. The warming climate in Europe allows it to grow further north than would previously have been possible. Uncontrolled spread of invasive plants can have a significant impact. The preservation of the site, Kernavė, is positively influenced by the regular landscaping and sanitation clearance each year now, ensuring the survival of natural and protected nature environment. In 2023, an additional 3.5 hectares of the land along the river Neris, formerly overgrown with these invasive box elder trees, was landscaped and made accessible to the public, and the area has been included in the permanently maintained areas. It is important to know that the climate change is transforming the lifestyle habits of all of us, of today's humans, the needs and priorities of the whole society. All of this has an impact on and poses a threat to archaeological heritage too. A wide range of engineering, cultural, and even social changes are causing a destruction or disturbance of cultural layers, damage to buried artifacts, vegetation-related soil disturbance, as well as visual pollution. Here you can see 4 most important viewing points in the Kernavė archaeological site, which attract the largest number of visitors. These panoramas are considered valuable on a national scale. The cultural landscape shaped by nature and human efforts over thousands of years and little affected to this day essentially ensures the integrity and authenticity of the exceptional universal value of Kernavė. These are the panorama you can see today. Welcome. In 2024, information was received that wind farms were planned to build in the neighboring municipalities. The potential objects were planned outside the buffer zone of the reserve, 5–10 kilometers away from it. Since they do not fall within any protected area or level of the site, such projects were not consulted with the administration of reserve. So, reserve administration has ordered a study to determine the visibility of potential visual object. We are talking about 250 meters high wind turbines from respectable viewing points. Precise scientific calculations were carried out and visualizations were presented of the situation would look like if the wind farms were built. To spark your imagination a little bit, how the 250 meters high wind turbine look like, here you can see several examples, which Lithuanian colleagues know quite well, I believe. And what do we have? It has been established that the visual impact of potential wind turbines will be greater than average. Voila. Power plants will be visually distinct, both the body and the blades, making them impossible to ignore. It will have an even psychologically disturbing effect, which should be treated as visual pollution, reducing the aesthetic potential of the area and interfering with the perception of significant panoramas. The existing buffer zone boundaries are not enough to protect this site from the potential visual pollution caused by such tall structures, and because the visual space currently visible from respectable viewing points extends beyond the boundaries of the buffer zone. When examining 250 meters high wind turbines, the visual impact could be reduced to a low visual impact scale, of course, by moving them 30 kilometers away, either to reduce the height to 30 meters. It means nothing. The solution today depends on the goodwill of the parties involved in this process, but reconciling the interest of local government developers, the local and heritage community is extremely difficult. Definitely, it is necessary to initiate changes to all relevant legal acts regulating the resolution of this issue. Moreover, visual monitoring and photographing of representative panoramas should become an integral part of the scientific research. But not only Kernavė, this issue affects many archaeological heritage sites that are, in one or another way, an important part of the landscape. Instead of conclusions, let's go back to opportunities. Archaeology provides a unique perspective to the interpretation of recent climate and cultural change and provides a vast array of data for the better understanding of the development and resilience to this global crisis. The advocacy of archaeologists on local, regional, national, or even global levels can play a role not only in protecting archaeological sites, but data from the destruction through climate change, but also in learning from the past for the present and for the future, of course. If we understand climate change as the whole of society problem, then the field of archaeology alone cannot provide a full understanding of climate change, of course, nor solve all its challenges. But it does have a significant contribution to make. So, archaeology is not about the past, it's about understanding the present and shaping the future. That's the goal. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Agne. And I think that you could not go far away from here because we will continue the discussion. And actually today we saw how climate change poses serious risk to all types of cultural heritage, from World Heritage sites to build archaeological cultural landscapes and even underwater heritage. So global examples from UNESCO, Nordic countries and Scotland, which I love actually very much because yeah, it's really nice country there. It's just a small remark. And yeah, we show the values of risk assessment, strategic planning, and practical tools. And I think that Lithuania is also making great progress with initiatives like Fixus Mobilis, archaeological and landscape studies, which we just saw from Kernavė site, and growing policy attention. And the key message which I just wrote for myself about this topic which we discussed today, that even small, well-planned measures can make a real difference. By combining research, local actions, and international experience, we can strengthen heritage resilience for future generations. And now I would like to invite all the speakers to join on the stage, on the chairs, and to have a short discussion, because we need to manage it in 20 minutes. Sorry for that. But just to say main ideas which you just bring from that day. So Sigita Bugenienė, Hannah, Ivan, Helen, Petra, Marilė, Vilija, Elena, Gintautas, Erika, and Agne. Really nice to see so much speakers today. So thank you very much for your time and being part of this nice climate change and cultural heritage learning through knowledge and practice seminar. But first of all, okay, let's make a picture. It's really nice. Everyone is taking pictures. I would like to a little bit involve people who didn't say today anything on the stage, but they were listening carefully. And I know my colleague Ruta, she's very active local community person. And Ruta, you were listening today about all these challenges, about cultural heritage. So what do you think, how local communities could actively work with heritage? Are they strong enough to do something?
Hi, thank you for question. You know, it depends. It depends on the situation. It depends on the local community. But as they can work in different ways. They can manage the area or a kind of object by themselves. They can initiate different projects to write and to implement. They can push municipal or state institutions, but it is very important to find the active local community, and it is possible to work from the other side. Municipalities and the state institutions can ask help from local communities. So, of course, we would need to find the real way, but it's possible.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I will try to manage somehow the microphone and 12 of speakers. So sorry if there will be any kind of, chaos, but, climate change is about some chaotic processes in the nature. So I think that we will try to manage that discussion. So, okay, we have 4 questions, and of course we have a Slido, which I just forget about that, sorry. So maybe first of all, I will start from Slido questions, because we have few of them, and I will ask to pass the microphone to a Scottish presenter, and there was a question from Kernavė Strict Cultural Reserve. I will read everything. Thanks for engaging presentation on the Scottish perspective. And regarding natural hazards, is there any practices for management of slope and ground instability? What do you think?
Well, a difficult question. I mean, the last presentation was interesting. Slope instability was a major issue for your hill forts, which was really interesting. And yeah, I mean, there's a range of approaches. You can take an engineering approach, and I think we saw that in some situations. You could take a natural approach, reforestation and planting as well, and we heard some examples about that. Or you can take a very hands-off approach, which retains the risk. So I guess the answer is that there is no one-size-fits-all answer to that. It probably depends on the actual circumstances, the particular values of a site, whether it's visual landscape, whether there's a concern about disturbance of buried remains, etc. So I think it has to be very case by case. And I think a key to always to assessing how you would reduce a risk is value. And I think an understanding of values of a site is very, very important. So I guess the two inputs are going to be understanding the hazard, so good climate data, and then understanding what it is about a site that is of value, and then moving forward as an integration of those two elements.
Yeah, we are saying that you need to have a complex approach on all the issues that we are solving between cultural heritage protection and climate change. Thank you very much. And let's move to another question from Slido. It's from Scott. I think he was listening online us. And there was a question for Helen. So the importance of context as well as translation is something that we also see in CVI. Can you speak to any issues to met through doing that, in your perspective?
You asked about the translations? Or?
Yes.
Yes. Well, what we saw, I haven't been working with the cultural value index, but I have been working with the building industry. And what we noticed was that we in the cultural heritage sector, like if you take the word maintenance, for us it means that we want to keep an old door from the 15th century. So that's, we're using the word maintenance in that sense. It should be kept and preserved as long as possible. But when we're talking with the building industry, if they use the word maintenance, they mean change the door after 25 years and buy a new one. So that is something why we see it's important with the translation and to have when we start a building project, that we talk about what the words or the glossary, what they mean to us. So we not just take for granted that all of us are speaking about the same thing. And it's the same with the words restoration or conservation, or that we need to have a common ground there as well. Because like on Petra's slide, we could see paint on rock art, and they're using plastic paint on that, and that's not traditional. And it's basically used because it dries very quickly. And people are applying for money so they can buy plastic color to paint the rock art. But they have never been painted at all. And the problem is that some of the shops are selling paint as traditional, and it's only the color that is traditional, not the material. So it could be a traditional red color or a traditional yellow color for houses and so on. But so that's why I think we need to discuss what words we are using when we are in contact with other industries or with other professions. So we mean the same.
Thank you very much. And I think your question was to Vilta about increased growth of lichens in buildings, gravestones, runestones due to less pollution and clear air. Is there any challenges to work on that in Lithuania?
I am not aware on anything, I mean, like solid data, but that's a very interesting assumption. And if it's happening in Sweden, in theory and in practice, most probably it could be happening in Lithuania as well, because like usually nowadays we are talking a lot about the exhausting gas, about pollution from transportation, but at the same time we must admit that other types of pollution such as like heating that was usually done until, even in Vilnius, old town, until like mid-90s probably, that was quite usual to have wood or coal burners. So in that sense, the air pollution is really decreasing. So that is really interesting. We must take notice, and I'll come back with the answer. Hopefully I'll be able to come back with the answer like several years later. Thanks.
Okay, I have one question. It's not from Slido, but it's really interesting for myself. And we have local communities and we have young generation. So it's an open question to someone who would like to know, to answer. So how we could interact young generation to be better involved in climate change, in protection of cultural heritage, of natural heritage. Do you have any advices how we could just involve more young generation, the youth actually?
Well, I don't have a solution, but I think like young generation is the ones who are probably the most aware of the climate change, and most of them, at least we are not skeptical. We do not deny the fact that it's happening. Probably the main issue from the perspective of an older person is how to encourage them to be involved practically. I mean, to stand up and to do something rather than to write petitions and talk online.
Sure. So I really agree with you with the practical approach. We have something called National Trust in Norway, which is a voluntary organization, and we see that when they offer courses or places for the young to get involved, they actually get involved. And a lot of young people, and especially student groups, are very, very active. So I think what we should offer is a space for these young people to get engaged and to learn from the expertise that we have, or help us sort of address these issues together, because I agree, a lot of people are young people are very aware.
And just the energy need to be turned from protest to action, I mean from negative to positive.
Can I just grab a little bit? I know, Marile, I think you are from youth part actually. So who is actually influenced you to work in Ministry of Environment? And are you thinking that you are involved into decision making of future?
Well, first of all, I've always been an environmentalist. I always lived in the countryside and then lived in the nature basically, so that's why I'm starting to live and work in the environmental field. But talking about the young people, what we have in the Ministry of Environment, each year we organize climate weeks, and what we are happy to share that each year, more and more schools and educational system institutions actually join this climate week, and not only teachers, but also many young people themselves prepare many events happening all around Lithuania. Last year we had something like 200 events happening all around Lithuania. So we see that even young people are trying to be very active in this field and talking about the climate change, and what we see that there is a lot of problems with the educational system, because the climate change as a topic is not really included, and we see that we have to do something like with that. So we see that young people, especially in schools, are actually very active in this field, making the various events and so on happening.
Thank you. And talking about future, you mentioned a lot of events, but again, open question to all of you. What small but high impact action could be implemented in the near future in this topic? So maybe someone would like to answer. Main thing, what is coming to your mind after all this intensive day? Any ideas? Maybe from audience? Okay, so I will help you a little bit, because I like really anonymous question from Slido. It's open question. So if you had a magic wand and could make one thing happen to make cultural heritage more resistant to climate change, what it would be? Imagine that you are Harry Potter, you have this magic wand, and what you will do? I will just share microphone.
Okay, that's a difficult question for me. I think what would I do would try to change attitude of people towards a shift towards protecting cultural heritage, and that would be like very important thing.
I'm very down to earth, and there is no secret I'm advocating for maintenance, and I think that's really easy to implement. I would make that people would care about the heritage, not only in words, but just by doing maintenance, by cleaning gutters, for sure.
I think I would go to the root cause and stop the climate change itself. I think that would solve the whole problems.
And it's not a magic one, but we put in our law a new version of our law on immovable cultural heritage, more stress on preventive maintenance and maintenance in practice, making it more easy and more easy for the owners to take proper care for their properties. So it's not magical, but I hope it will be a good step forward, also fighting the climate change and keeping the heritage alive.
Can I just hint to that, because you have possibility to teach to students, and you could change actually thoughts about what to do.
But I teach difficult things. I, for example, prepare students to be broadcast weather forecasters, or let's say climate analyst, hydrometeorologist, but I have no, how to say, I have no idea about heritage, because it's for me it's a little bit strange area.
But after all day now you're quite well informed.
If we return to this stick, or how it's called? Magic wand, yes. I prefer to accelerate adaptation measures, quick adaptation measures, because all mitigation takes a time. For example, increase in green areas, to stop building houses in single area or spread them uniformly, because now we, like Latvians, we are all going to Vilnius, and our villages becomes more or less empty, and small towns the same, and half a people of our public are living in Vilnius metropolitan area. So it's not a good thing, I think.
As a former student of Gintautas, he is very modest, saying that, I don't know, I'm just teaching forecasts and so on, but he's also a very inspirational person. So as you asked why I'm working in this field, he was my inspiration working in this field, so.
Okay, everything is connected. Climate change, cultural heritage, students, and teachers. Okay, so I think that maybe someone would like to add something about this magic option.
Yeah, we would like to push the stop button, all of us. But it's basically about raising awareness again. And one reflection of today is that you have a lot of pictures that is showing different type of factors that affect the World Heritage. But all of the pictures are probably spread over different institutions, and the copyright is in the institution. And that is a problem if you want to raise awareness. So if it's something that you can really do in a short term, is to make a database with pictures that is free to use for everyone, because then you can talk about the problems in a broader way. It's the same problem in Sweden. When I did my presentation, it's, well, the examples that I could use, because copyright to the problem pictures are a problem itself. So if we want to raise awareness, a copyright cannot be the biggest problem in a short term. So that is something that you can bear in mind when you start your projects right now. How can we talk about, how can we share presentations? How can we share pictures so that we can talk about this problem at more institutions or more agencies?
That's a really nice idea.
And also the last thing, a picture says more than 1,000 words. You've heard that before, right? Yeah. And if we talk about this with people that are not in the cultural heritage area, we have to make them understand, and that's when the pictures becomes important.
Yeah, thank you very much. We had an initiative in Lithuania, Time is Changing the Landscape, and we compare a few of pictures 50 years ago and then now, so it was really fascinating views. And okay, the audience, maybe it's a last opportunity to ask questions for our guests from other countries, from Scotland and northern countries. Maybe there are some questions. I know that you're all tired, but there will be some kind of interaction soon, so there's last time to ask something. Okay, please. Oh, just microphone.
Thank you all for interesting presentations today. A quick question. So we had a lot of people joining today, a lot of people joining online. Some of them maybe not directly working in the field of climate change and cultural heritage. Is there something you could advise as a person who was inspired maximum today? What could they do? How could they start? How could they help this, tackle this challenge as an individual, not from an organization maybe?
Thank you. Who would like? Yeah, sorry.
It's a bit of the magic wand as well. I think what I would like to see with the heritage sector is for us to increase our voices and tell our stories, because I think climate change is a particular massive challenge. Right now, we're about to go over the edge of a cliff. But everyone in this room who's involved in heritage has a perspective of time and of change, societal change, human interaction with nature, with landscape. And those are very valuable stories, I think. They tell us who we are as peoples, they tell us of our culture, our roots. And I think we have a valuable story to tell and a contribution to climate change looking forward by talking about changing human behavior and cultures and interaction with nature through the past. And we know that many of much of that is a positive lesson about living sustainably, about living in harmony with our environment, indigenous practice, traditional materials, low carbon ways of living. And I'm not saying we have to go back to the Stone Age, but I do think we have a very valuable story to tell, and we in the heritage sector have a perspective a time perspective that many people don't have. So I would like to hear more voices from the sector in talking about climate change and using the past to help us go into the future.
Maybe someone, yeah.
And I think in a sense that we have the chance now, because like you mentioned, it happens very quickly at the moment, but we also have the chance to not to be depressed, but to actually look for a new kind of living or have a new vision. So we're not getting stuck in, oh, it's difficult, but we actually say what kind of world we want to have. So looking forward in a in a positive way
Probably
when we're looking back at the past.
And it's very important to get involved, to be active everywhere, because this seminar was open online as well. So everyone who wanted to join and to listen had their opportunity. So it's really a challenge to have more time to compete everywhere, but still there's a lot of information. So just use opportunity and be active with your community, with university, whatever you are. And Marila, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, just during our lunch, we were just discussing with our colleague that when we talk about the climate change, we sometimes discuss that we are speaking like a lot about that, and many times, and in many events, and many so on. However, we are speaking in our social bubble. So what I would suggest to go outside and tell your story outside your bubble, because for example, like, I don't know, 10 years ago, I haven't even thought about that climate change and culture could be spoken just in, in one event. So this is why we should, go to the other sectors, to the other communities to share your stories and see, and just share your knowledge with others that are not even related with this topic.
Okay, maybe someone would like to add more. Elana, others, what do you think? Okay, it's not a pressure, just feel free. Okay, so it's a time actually to thank you all for your wonderful presentations, your experience and your knowledge shared with us today. And there's, before continuing our seminar, technical remarks. Before we close that seminar, I would like to share a few practical informations for tomorrow, because the badges, that first question about the badges was, so if you are not participating tomorrow, please leave all these badges downstairs where there was registration. And others who will participate tomorrow in the workshops, you will have on the badges that bubble, red, green, or other color. So it's very important for you tomorrow to bring these cards, because you will participate in groups, so it will help to come together with all your colleagues and discuss. And just a minute, there's more information as well. So tomorrow you will continue with workshop in Trakai Historical National Park, and you will meet probably Darius from Trakai Historical National Park. It's really beautiful and one of the fifth national park in Lithuania. So you will have great time there, and there will be bus departing at 9 a.m. from Hotel Vilna. It's in Maironio Street 1. So I think that colleagues from UNESCO Secretariat already shared information with all the participants, and detailed program for tomorrow was already sent to all the participants. So please come tomorrow if you just registered for that workshop. And today we have more time to spend together for for these who were registered and the guided tour in Sapiega Palace. So the tour begins at 6 p.m. Now. Oh, sorry. You see that there's some mistake, sorry. So now, after leaving this audience, the guide will wait you on the first floor near the registration desk, and you could have really nice time here in Sapiega's Palace. And after all, you could join to nice weather outside in the autumn in Vilnius. So, okay, thank you once again for really nice and active participation. We had really great time in the seminar, Climate Change and Cultural Heritage. So we learned a lot of. Thank you for contacts, and I think that the most valuable thing is that we have connections and we have you all here, and we could now discuss anytime what we need actually online to meet in contact. So thank you again and have a great evening. Thank you very much. Viskas.